Oh, okay.
So
What you're saying,
That's
yeah.
all they're saying.
Okay.
And they use that word, and that word will not leave us because it's in the property tax code book.
Okay,
It's a lawyer word.
yes,
And so they're not gonna change it.
okay,
We're gonna have to live with it. That's how it's gonna be.
okay,
And it's very unfortunate. I would say every single day for sure in a hearing, we're doing this right here. At least
Okay.
at least once, but that's probably not, it's probably on average 2 or 3 times a day. And appraisers who are on the phone are doing it every day because it's a very poor use of our modern version of when we think of an improvement.
yes,
But the state is literally saying that this land is improved upon. And those improvements that have improved the land will forever be known as an improvement.
okay,
Whether it could be a shack that should be torn down and the state would say that's an improvement.
okay,
And everybody else in the population would say, no, it's not. It's
Yeah.
torn down shack. And they would say, no, it's an improvement. And so there's that definition.
Okay.
In 2020, people purchased on that dry part of City by the Sea, which I'm assuming is where you live.
yes,
So in 2020, it wasn't just you that purchased. There was 2 or 3 purchases right around that time frame on the dry part of City by the Sea.
right,
And the appraisal district was very low, meaning we thought the house was worth 200 and somebody paid 300. We thought the house was worth 400 and somebody paid 500. And if I remember correctly, when you come around the corner and those houses are on your right-hand side and you're handing, the first 2 houses, boom, boom, which one of them may be yours, I don't know.
No.
But those first 2 houses sold. The first 2 on the right, and they almost look connected.
yes, in fact, they did sell them as a pair.
Yeah,
or
those-
tried to.
Those sold,
Yeah.
yours sold, and then I think a 2-story stucco looking thing might have sold over there also. So the increase is us reacting to that.
Okay,
We're reacting to that. And the truth is like you guys made around 320, and I think we previously valued it at maybe 220.
yeah,
Well, we were wrong. Obviously, we were wrong. That's not a $220,000 house. Even in 20, it wasn't.
yeah,
It just wasn't. And the market always tells the appraisal district where you're wrong. We always find out after. So when we look at your area and we just, try to comp the dry in Bayview, there's gonna be a sell in 20 for that 2-story house sold for 420. And then there's gonna be another sell in 20 for 301 Bayview. This one's wet though, I think. No, it's dry. It just has a large piece of land.
yeah, I mean, towards the end of the cul-de-sac, it's
Yeah.
right on the
Yeah.
water.
So it sold for 372. And then the 101 Bayview sold for 367, and 117 Bayview, which is you, sold for 320. So the median value there would say your house is really worth about 329. And in equity, we can't prove it. Your value comes up to 312. So we're noticing you high at 317. Your real value should be we should have noticed you at 312. And that has to do with us comping the dry and only the dry. And it just comes up that we're a little bit high on your house.
Why did the improvement value go down 25%?
Well, it was the improvement value went down. It probably just depreciation. You mean from
No.
last year?
Yeah, for last year.
Yeah, I don't know that we raised this property this year. I'd have to look and see, but if there's a chance we didn't.
Sometimes there's a market adjustment, like all City by the Sea or all the eBay.
Yeah, we
Big adjustment.
we pull out the
Oh.
dry. Is that what it was last year, 320? So yeah, there's that's just depreciation. The house is down it's depreciated down. A couple of things in our evidence. One is our equity shows the value should be 312, and then you testified that the hot tub's gone.
Yes.
We would also want to remove that hot tub because we actually we have the hot tub in the account. We usually don't. So that would be an additional 1,200. So, I mean, it would be right around 310 would be our opinion. Something like that. 310, 311. Yeah.
That's it. Okay. Any questions? Feel free if you have time.
No.
You understand what he's talking about, improvements and.
Yes, okay, so let me read this thing, so, so on that one picture that they put in, it said something like, 317,000 for 2022.
Right.
So what is that number?
That's the market value for 2022 that's under protest today.
Okay, it's not the
what-
320. I'm so confused.
No, 320 the previous year.
Okay, all
And now
right.
it's 317. And
Okay.
what we're saying is the value should be, that under by your testimony, we should remove the hot tub and your value should
Yeah.
be something like 311, somewhere in that area.
Yeah, I took a picture of the back of the house.
Yeah, no, that's no problem. Yeah, and we have the hot tub in the account. We would remove that. And then our equity says 312, so we would remove 1,200 off of 312.
Okay,
And yeah,
okay. That makes sense, yes.
Any other questions?
No.
Ray, anything you wanna- Okay, well then I'm gonna make a motion on your count. This would be case ID 2022-841, account 15343. And listen to information presented by the property owner and by the appraisal district, by the appraisal district's own figures. The currently noted value of 317,540 needs to be reduced based on equity value and removing the hot tub, which would bring the new assessed value on your property to 302,000.
Okay.
A couple of things, do we have the forms, is that the?
The survey?
Okay,
And this is the second survey you have requested a single member panel, and so we're just asking you some questions about why you did that or how you felt about it, so.
Okay. all right, and do I need to do these now or?
You can do them out here, you can take them home, email them in, you can mail them in. you can
Okay.
go online, whatever you-
Oh, okay, all right,
And you will be getting information in the mail regarding what we just discussed, and we will do it.
okay, perfect, all right,
did you know that you asked for a single member panel?
yes,
Okay,
is that bad?
it's new this year.
Oh, okay.
It's new for us this year.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just curious.
Okay.
I'm just curious. about-
Sometimes people check stuff and they're like, I didn't even know what I was checking.
Yeah, no, I knew we did, but,
So we're just curious why some people do. It's fine.
Okay.
It's perfectly
well, for
fine.
me, it was less intimidating.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, and I will. Okay.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Right, we do have 7 of the 8 scheduled this morning or 8:30 show up, so it's good you did this one fast, so.
All right.
Got a lot to get through.
So with these people are here about?
Yes, the next 5 I want to say are in person, and then the next 2 are phone hearings.
How are we doing phones this morning?
I'm gonna bring myself on in. So. Finish the notes.
What is the next one?
It is case number 833. That is on the top of page 2. Yeah, tropical breweries. Okay, it's account number
Oh.
13477.
Oh, I got it. And so top of page 3.
Yeah, the page 2. Top of page 2.
Oh, top of page 1.
I'm going to bring her in.
Mhm.
Ms. Wright? You can have a seat right there. This is Claudia Wright. She is the owner of Property.
Good morning.
Before we get started, I have any bit of administration information for you. This hearing is being recorded and the screen is live on YouTube. And they can verify exactly what's being protested, and according to your affidavit, it's incorrect market and equity values, correct?
I think.
I represent the appraisal review board, and we'll be hearing the protest today. ARB does not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to form an independent review of the protest. At the end of the hearing, we will complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey will be completed using the survey form available here or the determination package that will be sent to you after this hearing. Or online. Information about completing and returning the survey is included in the form. The survey is voluntary. We'd certainly appreciate it if you would complete it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information is included in the package that will be sent to you with our determination. According to tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Have you provided us with all of the information?
What I didn't get here with and I'll present it verbally, it was my contractor bids supporting what the pictures are.
Okay, so you're going to do that verbally, but we can't accept any pictures from.
The pictures are in
The pictures are here.
Yeah.
You said you didn't bring the contract form.
right.
That's fine. You can discuss it.
Yeah.
Let me see.
The estimates of what those updates would cost.
The ARB member, me, who is considering the protest, has not communicated with anybody about the protest and is signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
Be your swearing. You'll read that aloud and insert your name.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And if you'd state your name.
Claudia S. Wright.
Claudia?
Yes, ma'am. Claudia.
I request that you solemnly swear or affirm that this man shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District. Just for the control.
Thank you.
I need to ask you, excuse me, is it called a license or certificate in the Texas Licensing and Certification Board?
I was a general appraiser, but I am inactive and I may not even hold that license anymore. I'm not sure, but I haven't appraised in several years, 7 or so. But I never was.
You're currently not holding a license.
Correct. I do have a broker license.
That's fine. Okay, in front of you, to your left, there is a chart with times on it. The hearing procedure times.
Oh,
And as you can see, there's 2 columns. You both get equal time, both yourself and the district. You get to choose whether you would like to go first or whether you would like the district to go first.
I'll let the district go first.
Okay. Ready?
Okay. We can just go to, I'm gonna go quickly through our evidence, sales and equity grids. This is in Bay House in the 2200 building. So I've looked at the property owner's evidence and I feel like we're gonna go, there's gonna be more important things to talk about than just sales. And so I'm gonna simply say that the median sell value in Bay House, when using 3 cells, was 330, and we have a market value of 328. And the median equity value is 328. And that's, has a lot to do with there's no adjustment because inside Bay House, we're able to just find 3 comps that are identical, which is the beauty of comping a condominium complex. So there's no adjustments. We're just all they're the same. So anyways, 328 for equity and 330 for sales. And that's all I have.
All right, well, yeah, minutes to ask for a question and 5 minutes for your presentation, so 7 minutes.
Okay, in regard to him tapping sales, and my property, probably 80% of Bay House was damaged by Harvey, and most of those are completely updated. And my property, well, I was blessed that it was not one of those. So mine has some deferred maintenance and it has some items that are not updated. But yet I do put my property in the rental pool and I'm competing against these properties that are completely new. In other words, all the interior is new with new floor, new seat, new everything, new tubs. And mine, as I submitted the pictures, mine is not, I was not able to do that. So I don't fall in that where I can compete with that.
Would you put the pictures up, Scott?
So, my outdoor,
You want to explain that?
yeah, my outdoor storage area was damaged by the storm and, I have been asked to replace it. I have not been able to replace it yet. My bids are like $17.50 per door because you have to be up to code to be able to do that. So it's upstairs and downstairs. I have my original sliding door, which is not certified, hurricane certified. My bid was $5,000 on that door. I'm not sure if I put that door in there. And then of course, original cabinets. I do have, that has new hardware. I have the original tubs, which are those old 1980 fiberglass. My hardware is 1980. It's leaks, original medicine cabinets, original accordion doors from the 80s. I have deferred maintenance on my window. You can see the damage up to the top. Because it is a condo, I requested that to be repaired and it's not.
And so they had to go up to windstorm.
Right, and it's not up to code on windstorm either.
Did not the contractor weren't they responsible for doing all of that?
They are, and mine did not get done.
Is a lawsuit pending against them?
There's a lot, yes, ma'am. Not my individual, they skimmed over me, and once again, that's not a hurricane window either. And all the new unit, everybody else got new stuff, because believe me, I've got a lawyer and everything, but anyway, here I am with that. So once again, I'm not the 80% that has a new product that, is completely rebuilt and updated. So I try to keep it brief. It's in this letter. And I felt like because of these items that my property did not appreciate $100,000 over the last 2 years.
Anything else? You have time?
In obtaining,
You said you had figures from your contractor.
yeah, in obtaining my bids, because I was going to go back and it's going to be on my penny because the association didn't pay for it. The sliding door was $5,000. The tubs, and completely redoing those bathrooms, plus interior doors, hardware, the cabinets, it came in the 45,000 range. And just with, I know some of this, my costs went up, and I don't have those hard numbers, but
I'm sure the course have gone up over the last 1 week.
yeah, but that was. I'm sorry.
Were these things that were supposed to have been done with the contractor or it was yours?
I call it, I mean, that's getting into a whole nother issue.
Yeah. That was their responsibility.
Right, and it should have been, and as the association ran out of money, we got into this where they didn't pay for certain things, and money, you say political or whatever, went to the 3 buildings that were completely destroyed, and they did come out of the ground new. And like I said, I try to get these things paid for, and I haven't been able to afford to do this. And so my unit is not comparable to the rest of the complex.
So are these things that should intend to take care of at some point?
Right, I'm saving my pennies, but I have gotten bids on it because I do want to do it, and I probably can't do it all at one time because it is.
So your bids are basically 5,000 to 45,000.
I'm bumping at 40,000, yes, ma'am, and I think once again, here I am, I don't have hard numbers. And I wish I'd gotten my contractor to respond to me, with the cost of supplies and labor, et cetera. You know how that is, if she's telling me 40, I think it's gonna be more. So, and it's Anderson Construction, they're local, that's who I'm working with.
Anything else you need to ask?
Right. Like I said, the bottom line is I don't feel my property appreciated the 100,000. Just due to the deferred maintenance and the fact that I don't have a new unit.
The ones we confident to, think that's 100%. Sure. Right. You have any comments?
Yeah, a couple of things would be that as far as your costs that you're gonna incur, it would be our opinion that you'll spend more money repairing than you can probably recoup if you were to go to market because of the cost of construction. There's not a way. So like and because of that reality, in appraisal, you can't go dollar for dollar. You know what I mean? Like if a homeowner said, hey, I gotta spend $50,000, you don't take $50,000 off, but you also don't add $50,000 when they're done. That's bush league appraisal type of work. And so there's the reality of that, which it seems like that's terrible because you can't recoup the money. But then on the flip side, you got to take care of your stuff, whether or not there's this weird juggling act going on there that's made harder by the increased cost. Can you tell me, I know you're the answer to your windows now, but I'm assuming that inside the condo complex, the claims from hurricane damage were individualized also, like each owner has their own claim. And essentially your claim was a low value claim because like you're saying, you just didn't have a lot of damage. So the dollars for doors and windows were not.
I only got like $5,000.
Right.
Maybe a little bit more.
Right.
Like that, because I had some penetration through my sliding doors.
Right. That's what so tell me what your countertops are made of.
I did replace, so those have been.
Granite or something, those are fine.
They are granite.
Something like that. And what about your floors? Okay, what about your floor? Have you ever done the floors?
Yes, the floors.
Floors are done. But your cabinets, your shower stalls, of course, your sheetrock is original, you had a gutted condo, your windows, your doors, the sliding glass door. I'll tell you.
I updated one of my doors. I did not update the upstairs, the downstairs door I did update.
Yeah, sure. And thank you for that. Just that honesty, it helps like us kind of arrive at something here. The increase of $100,000 has elements in it that have to do from not complete to complete. So it seems like the appraisal district adjusted by market $100,000, but we didn't. We just, even though your condo wasn't complete, we had you damaged because everything around you was damaged. So part of that $100,000 is simply us saying a 75% condo is now 100%. And 25% of $150,000 is quite a bit. And so that creates that. And the last thing, to try to make this simple, what I've done in other Bay House stuff that's very similar to yours is we pulled back on what effective age, which we have you as a 2001. You're a 1980 build. We have you as 2001. What I would do is change your effective age to 1990. And I'm going to have Scott do that so that I can just say what that value would be and then turn it over to Kathy and just let a decision be made.
Right.
So Scott, if you'll we've had a few people come in and show pictures of their tubs or fixtures and just kind of say, look, I'm surrounded by people who have better than me now.
Right, because 2201 and 2208
Yes.
are both completely redone. They
Yeah.
got gutted,
Yeah.
and so I'm not equivalent to
No,
that.
I understand. We want to show the difference.
Yeah.
So you coming in and giving us this information
I'm
is,
similar to my neighbor Watts, except she hasn't updated her cabinets, countertops.
yeah.
But
okay.
she, same thing, has done her floors.
Well, the windows, doors, sliding glass door stuff, that's actually a bigger deal than a lot of people. I mean, that's worth taking the 10 years off. The sliding glass door, the windows, and the exterior door, that's a lot better. You'd rather have that fixed than have,
Right.
a new shower enclosure.
Right.
Like, no, I'll take those doors.
Right,
Do that.
absolutely. Yeah. No, I learned the hard way.
Yeah, so if we can, Scott, if you'll just say the number when you see it.
287930.
Okay, so that's our opinion, 287930. That's our opinion of value. Just want to, and I'll turn that over, Kathy. That's my closing. That's
That's
everything.
actually less than last year. I think that reduction is pretty substantial. We've taken into consideration your reports and we've brought our attention in terms of what needs to be done to bring up to par. So going back to basic homeowners, going back to almost $1,000 less than last year's value. This, almost $40,000 off. So we comfortable with that.
It's been mine.
Okay. Good, then I'll make a motion on that count. And it would be case ID 2022-33, count 3477. Addressing the correct market for equity values. The property owner has brought information on her condo that has issues still to be repaired. The district suggested reducing
Effective
Effective
year.
age.
effective age. After reducing the effective age on the property, it brings a reduction to the value from $328,520 to $287,930. And you will get all of this in the mail, documented.
And we reduced the effective age to 19.
90, which is essentially adding 10 years.
Right.
The counters, the floor, maybe some of the stucco work or the roof,
Right.
it all gets accounted in that.
No, I'm okay with that.
We didn't take anything else off for the improvements. She was fine with some of the.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, there's a form over there that's, survey, we're very happy to complete that, and I have a second one over here. You requested a single member panel.
I didn't know what I was doing. It seemed simple talking to one person rather than a
So you can complete that as well, we really appreciate it. We're just trying to get a grip on one. It's a brand new thing this year. So we're just trying to fire people to it.
Right. I thought it would be simpler so that we have one volunteer rather than. So I fill these out. I'll hear it from.
You can send it there and complete it and leave it, or take it home and send it in.
Oh, okay.
Whichever.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Reduce it from 1990 from 2001. Effective age.
Yeah, 2001 to 1990.
Okay.
Okay. The next one is 60295, the account number. And it's at the bottom of page 2.
This is a
Is
tough one,
this
guys.
phone call versus?
No.
This is a very tough one here. This protest is property description is incorrect.
And
This is a very tough one for us to deal with because you're gonna have to make some kind of decision, Captain, about how you want to handle it because they didn't,
Tell me what I'm dealing with.
well, their protest is Q11, property description is incorrect.
Okay.
So, you just need to make a decision on what you think they meant. That's really a protest that has to do with, like that we have their legal description incorrect. It's not a value protest, but I'm sure that's what they meant.
Can't we hear what they wanted to be and change it? Or not? I don't know.
It's,
Maybe I can tell you
I suppose because of that property description is incorrect, you can ask them what they meant when they checked that.
that.
And then let's just move from
There
there.
happens.
Yeah.
okay, I'm gonna bring her in.
Everybody says valley. Makes it a lot easier. Yeah.
Valley Joe.
Valley, that's what they say instead of open.
You can have a seat right there. This is Adelita Vallejo.
And I go by Della.
Oh, okay.
I went.
Della? Oh.
Okay, Don, thank you for coming in. I'm Don. And before we get started with the hearing, I have to go over some information with you prior to getting started. So, this hearing is being recorded and it's also being streamed live on YouTube. I need to verify exactly what's being protested. On your protest form, you indicated property description is incorrect. Is that what you meant to protest today?
Yes, they've put it down as a residential and it's a man cave. That's what it is. It's a storage building that we've converted into a man cave with a pool table, a shower for when the guys come in from fishing, they can shower, it has great water. So, yeah,
So are you just protesting that or are you also protesting the value and
the value.
you didn't check those? So how do you do
I think that the way to handle it is to make some assumptions, that the protest of the description, is impactful to value. And let's just treat it as value.
that? Okay, so although you checked, we understand why you checked that, but we'll also deal with it as your protest against equity and market values.
Okay,
Would be correct.
yes.
I represent the appraisal review board and will be hearing the protest today. The ARB does not work with the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. At the end of the hearing, you need to complete a survey regarding the experience the survey was completed using the survey form, which will be completed. It's available here, or will be given to the determination package you will receive after the hearing. Information about completing and returning the survey is also included in the form. The survey is voluntary, but we would really appreciate it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information is included in the package that we mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax zone section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Have you provided all of your information, all of your evidence? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. An ARB member, myself, who was considering the protest, has not communicated with anybody about the protest, and signed an affidavit to that effect. I, Captain Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
And there is yours that you'll read us aloud and.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that this testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And if you'll state your name.
Adelita Della Vallejo.
I request that you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that shall present
Fine.
to the board for the next is true and correct.
I need to ask you, you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisal Licensing Certification Board?
No.
You don't, okay. In front of you, there's, next to your left there's a package that has the procedure time. Okay. And then there's two columns. One is the view that you want to present first, and then if the district does, it's your choice. So you can go first or the district does.
I can go first.
Okay.
Just want me to.
I'm gonna let you start. You have 5 minutes, and then you'll have more time to go.
Okay. I just want really what's, the storage that we purchased was $10,500. My husband and I have done all the work inside of it to make it a man cave, and the board approved for me to have that in Holiday Beach. I brought the storage in and started working on it. I do not have a septic. I've never applied for a septic or anything. Most of the stuff is done. My husband also does a lot of contract work on construction, so a lot of the stuff was brought in from Austin that we finished the little structure with. We do have a bar in there. We have kegs where we have cake beer stuff, and I've now added a pool table and a Pac-Man thing to put in there for the kids. The thing that I was concerned is how did y'all come to the conclusion that it was worth $67,000, what I was appraised at, when I didn't even have a septic or anything like that on it? It's got gray water that runs out, that's it. I have insured it for like $100,000, and I don't understand where it came to the price of $67,000 for my taxes to have gone up that much on just that. I mean, I don't even know if I could sell it for 40.
Sure, 67,000 you're referring to.
On the taxes the year before, my appraised
Taxes, not your appraisal.
my appraised value was 67.
The year before,
The year before,
We have last year's.
we're dealing with 22 right now, not so.
right. But my taxes have gone up tremendously, but that on that one lot, it was appraised at 6,500, and then all of a sudden it went up to 67,000.
The land.
Yes, that
Land.
lot, that where I have the little storage in. And my board gave me such a hard time. I was trying to get on the Holiday Beach board. I ended up having to combine them all together. Because they wanted, the little storage was not in where my homestead was or my home property was.
Sure.
So I had to do all that. I worked with Barbara and Donna for a long time. They kept asking me to get this updated, and I couldn't. Their hands were tied. They weren't working on that. So it took about 1.5 years, 2 years before I could get that done
Okay.
during the COVID. And finally did, had to pay extra because some of the lots that I purchased were not under my husband's name. And in order for all of it to go together, I had to have both of our names on there. So that took some time also, but I did combine them. But I just couldn't understand where that came in, where that price came into.
The land value, okay. Do you have anything else? I'll answer that.
Okay. I mean, I'm better off burning it and collecting on the income than what it's appraised at. It's not, that's a lot of money.
For the land, that was with them,
Yeah.
for the land.
But it wasn't the land, it was, well, that year everyone came separate because I had 10 lots on this side and I have some on the other side. That one went up 67,000 and my taxes went up like $1,700.
Okay. That's in 21.
Mhm. And I paid them, but then I thought, okay, I need to do something,
Okay. And then now the land value is $60,000. Okay.
Anything else you want to add? You still have time.
No, that's it. I just, I just can't see the value of gone up to that amount. I don't know I just wanted to know what made y'all come to that conclusion that it was worth that much.
The land, right?
The land or the new storage that I put in there,
Okay.
that one.
Yeah, sure. Scott, will you bring Victor up, please? And zoom out. That's good. Okay, go ahead, yeah. Okay, so, all right. Now, in 21,
Mhm.
the land value was more than it is now. Your overall value was more last year than it is this year by about $16,000. So last year was more expensive than this year. And the reason for that was before you merged all this property
Mhm.
and it was broken up, and
Correct.
when it's like that, the software essentially, the land tables that drive all these values, they're valuing stuff as individuals.
Okay.
And you get a better land value rate when you combine it all. So now, like I said, the protest is in 22. So now what's happening is this is over a half an acre. And the land value is now $60,000 for 25,000 square feet. Where did that come from? It simply comes because people are buying land and paying more for it. So your land has appreciated. And you're having a better land value this year than you did last year because of the merge. The merge makes you calculate at a better per square foot because you're grouping it all together. The way that a dozen eggs is less per egg, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. You get it all together and it drops down.
Would it have been better to leave it separated?
No, well, when you leave it separated, then you rely on one of us to know and to catch that you own all of it and to go into the software and correct it to a lower, which probably didn't happen. We probably didn't notice it because it's hard for us to notice it. And so it usually gets noticed in a protest. What I'm saying now is this all gets grouped together and your land value is doing what it's supposed to do. And then this is the man cave, I'm assuming, right?
Yes.
Okay, on this man cave, we have it classed super low. And it doesn't matter if it's residential or not, that doesn't give it value. Like the residential, word residential doesn't
Right.
change value.
Yeah, because nobody lives in it.
Right, no, we have it classed as low as we can go, basically, like this is a very, very low value structure. And we have it valued at $20,000, I think you. I think you said you have it insured at 23 or something.
23.
So we're really not that far off between the two of us, really, on that particular structure. And it kind of doesn't matter if value-wise, it doesn't matter if you and your husband do the work or if y'all pay somebody to do the work. It just, like the value is just the
Yeah,
value.
because there's 6,200 in materials in there and I paid 10, so we're talking 16,700 that I put into that
Yeah.
in storage.
And what's kind of funny about that is we have 17,400 on the storage and you're at 16,700. And then we've got a little bit of like 3,000 and something on the porch. Let me check our grids real quick and make sure that we're not showing a problem. No, our grids report fine. Sales at 192 and equity at 200.
Yeah, because I mean, with the hurricane, I mean, my whole house was gone. The whole roof was gone. So I've gone in and redone my whole house inside my home, because it just was completely damaged. I had to get rid of ceiling fans. Everything was gutted completely.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I mean, at this point, it just seems like we are, from everything that I'm looking at here, we're valuing you exactly the way we should. Your values went down $16,000 from the previous year. And that simply happened because of that merge. When you merge that land together. Okay. Here's something else that we did. Okay, I didn't see this. We lowered the class on this to 1SS because of the no septic access. So we're pulling this value. We would have valued this as more. I see. Okay. We probably did have this,
Yeah,
that thing previously, we had valued it more. And it looks like maybe you guys called in or somebody talked to us and told us, hey.
yeah,
that
I
building-
came in, I've been in here about 3 or 4
Okay,
times. about
so
it.
that building doesn't have septic, and so we lowered the class.
And y'all would know, right, if I pulled the septic permit. or
Kind of
something.
all the, you would think that all, like us and everybody are real interconnected, but we're really not. We're not interconnected with the people who do permits and stuff like that. We're separate from them, so we have to work at it to know.
So you're saying I've already received that discount
You
there,
have, yes, and that's why your value has went down.
which was what, 17?
Well, we could look at the previous year to see how we had previously valued that. We can do that, because I don't know, I don't know. Scott, will you bring up the 21 card, I guess is what it would be? And we'll look at this section right here and see how it's different. Because I don't know. Is it on there? Is there another card? There we go. So we reduced it by $20,000. We reduced your
Storage,
the man cave
okay,
from 36 to 20.
okay.
That's the reduction, but it's already happened probably when you were in here before. We did it. It's done.
It's done,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, so I didn't see the big difference in my taxes, that's why I was like,
And your value went down $16,000 in a year where everybody's went up by 16%.
right,
So it would have been easier to see if you would have seen other people's stuff, because you would say, hey, everybody went up, and me, I went down. The reason you went down, we actually raised your value, but it went down because we also reduced your value more than we raised it.
we reduced it because of that storage.
Because you came in and told us, hey, this thing doesn't have a septic. It not having a septic really changes things.
Yeah, it doesn't even have hot water.
Yeah, that's a big change.
Yeah,
Not
I
having
don't
a
have a
septic.
stove in there, I have
Yes.
nothing.
We get it, we get it. It's more like a record.
Yeah, that's all it is, and I just don't want somebody thinking that I'm using it as an overflow or something.
No, we understand.
You know,
But then, to me, it looks like the work has been done.
okay.
That's all I have.
So we need, that was the only thing to consideration, we don't need to go over.
No.
All right, Don, anything else you want to add? No, understand. Okay, then I'm making a motion on your protest. Case ID 2022. Account number 60295. And then listening to information presented by the protester and by the district. I think we cleared up the discussion of the man cave value.
Yeah.
And the majority have been handled, and it's already into consideration of your currently assessed value. So, your value did go down $16,000 and change. And I think the district has shown that the current assessed value of the property, 184,200.
Okay. Thank you. Is that it?
Yeah, hold on just 1 second. There's, thank you. That one right over there is a survey. If you don't think it's it now, if you don't think you can. And then this is second survey. This is the first year we've had single panel hearings, and you asked for a single panel hearing. So we're kind of curious why people are doing that.
I just thought it'd be more convenient for me, and I kind of had never
That's
done
pretty
this.
much what people are
I
saying.
live in Austin, I've never had to do this before, ever, with my taxes. And you can imagine what our taxes are in Austin right now.
I can imagine.
You know, so, yeah, we live on, right on 100 acres, and I'm right off the highway, and when they pay Mustang Ridge, and our lots right now.
You see it.
Yeah, well, they praise lots right now for acreage in the front. It went up from 32,000 to 95 this year. And it's like, oh, wow. But we're gonna leave it because the highway's supposed to be coming through, and we've been dealing with this for the last 3 years, and in the 4th year, they'll decide what they're gonna do and buy us out or what. So if they were president, that would be it.
There you go.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in. Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why did so lucky, isn't it?
I know.
The next case. Yes. It's on the top of page 3. Scott, it's 3091. And if you don't have to wait on me, you know, that monitor right there will tell you who's up next.
Huh.
Under ARB hearings. I'm doing the second one. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can have a seat right there.
Good morning. Morning.
This is Tiffany Brando.
Before we get started, I have administrative minute information level. This hearing is being recorded and it's also being streamed live on YouTube. Under protest, you've indicated incorrect market and equity values, but you've also indicated other furniture party damage, and then we also have a sheet in front of the Q9, which is owner's name is incorrect.
Yeah, it's Ringo instead of Woods.
That's what
Ringo instead of Woods.
we can correct that.
That's-
Well, it has to be done by a deed
Okay.
that comes through the county clerk's
That's
office.
fine.
We're just an office of record.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah.
We can't handle that.
That's fine. Yes, that's fine.
Okay, I represent the appraisal review board and we'll be hearing the protest today. ARB does not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form available here, which will give you before you leave. Or the determination comes you will receive it after the hearing or online. Information about completing and returning the survey is also included on the form. Survey is voluntary, but we would certainly appreciate it. You also have the right to appeal or to appeal information is included in the to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided is provided at this time. We present presenting the.
I presented it.
New can't be added.
Yeah, no, I uploaded everything into the story.
ARB member who is considering the protest, which is me, is not communicate with anyone about the protest and signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
Right, and if you will read that sentence aloud and starting the name.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And if you state your name.
I'm sorry, Stephanie Rega.
Oh, sorry. I will press you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I need to ask you, if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Private Citizen Certification. Sorry. Next to you is a little, in that little folder with the black line. Yeah, those are, the hearing times.
Okay.
And you can see there's two columns. One is if the district presents first, the other is if you present first. It's your option, which you.
I don't mind presenting first.
You want to go first?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, that's fine. You have, 5 minutes. You can start it right now.
Will you change the slide or you guys are all?
Scott will.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, perfect. So of course in here, I noticed in my kind of just review of everything, I am requesting that the house be classified as a 3 VS versus a 4 VS. In 2019, that change actually occurred. There had been no improvements that had occurred. It was actually still post-hardy condition. I have no recollection of receiving notification of that change, and I only realized it during this investigation. But I actually put on there the class change that occurred in the 2018. It was listed as a 3 VS. In 2019, it increased to a 4 VS. But the house is actually damaged worse than it was in 2017 prior to Harvey. So there should have not been a change that occurred there. If you go to, let's see, the next page where the 2016, you'll see there, it was listed previously at the VS. And the assessed value is 153. And some change.
I'm sorry, what is the 153?
That was the assessed value when it was at a 3 VS. In 2018, it was assessed at $153. Yeah, I'm sorry, I used the value. And 2019, it had 100 and, if I'm correct, 12% increase. That's when that change occurred, $325,000. And there had been 0 improvements on my home. This home was still in post-Harvey condition when that change occurred. So I'm asking, and I provide evidence going into pictures of the exterior and interior of the home. I'm also asking, before we advance too far into those slides, or no, you can actually, go ahead, we'll review. So this is the exterior of the home. You can kind of continue through. This is the condition of the outside porch. As you see, the siding, we did the best we could repairing, but it is kind of pieced together. The foundations of the porch are failing. The condition of the wood is much older. This here is the roof of the covered porch. So we're having some issues with that. You may go down. The siding, we have a lot of siding damage still. This is an addition to the home. As you see, the siding does not match. This house is kind of a piece together. So the siding does not match between some of the main portions of the home and additions of the home. You can continue there.
This is the back exterior. This is the housing for the water heater. As well as you see our piping, it's all on the exterior of our home, and it's not, we're pier and beam, short pier and beam, but all of our piping is exposed on the exterior of our home. Mhm. That's the encasing for the water heater. This here is the back. You see again, the siding is kind of all pieced together. And you can continue. Again, our plumbing, everything is on the exterior of the home. See, the window conditions are poor. You can go ahead and continue down. This is on, I'm kind of wrapping you around the house. So again, it kind of gives you an idea of the condition of the exterior as well as the plumbing on the exterior of the home. Let me go down. This here is the side. This actually, you can't really tell, but we had a lot of siding was replaced on this side. It's not the same color you can usually see underneath the AC. They just drilled those pieces of siding in. But we do have a lot of overgrowth and things like that on the property. You see a lot of air conditioners because our air, we actually currently don't have air. It's getting fixed, but the home is not very well circulated. The AC is not big enough to house basically. So we put a lot of additions in. Oh, there's a better picture. You can see it. It's kind of pieced together. You may go down. This is the soffit on that same side. It's actually, I mean, it's just basically the soffit. You can go down. And I hope I'm using it right now. All right, so this goes into my next piece. In 2016, the living area was listed as 2,618 square feet. As of 2022, the living area is listed as 3,420 square feet. No additions to the property to increase the living area was ever added. And the last recorded improvement addition was actually listed in 2019. So I'm asking for consideration that the living space be listed at 2618, or based on the survey that I provided, it would be 2672. So there's just a little bit of variation between your original living area that was previously listed in 2016 to the survey that's provided here, which would be 2672.
What's it for?
In 2016, on the detail sheet, it was listed at 2618. And it's currently listed at 3420. So you may go to the next. I'm asking this because both the garage is included in the living space. These are in uninhabitable areas. We have a garage, and that is being included in the living space. I try to break this down as far as I could. I can't tell which, I know the living space is 2278. That is just about the same based on my survey, the size of the home. So I'm assuming the other main areas are what's being considered the garage. The 180 square feet based on my estimate, based on the survey, that would be the shed in the back, but I don't believe that's being included in the updated 2022 living area that equals 3240. So I am asking that we reconsider the living area and how it is listed based on just main living space only, which would be the top main area at 2278, or as you previously listed in 2016, 2618, or based on the survey 2672. You can go further, please. So I'm going to go into, I'm sorry, this isn't in the right order. This is the interior of the home. I would have shown you this after the exterior of the home. But if you go through, you can see this is a bathroom that is not able to be used. The floor was completely rotted out. So we actually have just gotten boards placed down. You can go through. Next slide. It shows water damage inside the home. There's a lot of damages that have not been able to be repaired. Please continue. You see foundation cracking that occurred. Go ahead. Water damage to the linoleum. Go ahead. This here, you can see the drooping of the ceiling within the living room. This is from water damage that occurred. Go ahead. Again, water damage to the roofing within the living or kitchen. Go ahead. This is just showing you the conditions of the cabinets. We don't have anything that's real upgraded within our house. So you may go ahead. Now we're gonna go into, this is the shed that's in the back. This is the one that's 180 square feet. You can go ahead.
And we're gonna have to stop here for a moment.
We don't have more time, Stephanie.
Okay.
We have to pause. You presented a whole lot of information. So let's pause for a second. We would anyways, and then let me talk for a few minutes.
That's fine.
We've talked before, right? Me and you have talked before on the phone.
I talk to a lot of people.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I've got a couple questions.
Mhm.
One is, just so that I can make sure that I understand, the photos that you're presenting,
Mhm.
they are your house,
Correct.
right? They're all your house,
Correct.
and they're all within the last 6 months.
I took them within this,
Okay,
yeah,
fair enough.
week, Monday, I believe.
There's a house right down the road from you on King Street
Mhm.
that's abandoned. It's been abandoned for years. And it almost looks like some of those interior photos. And I thought, wait a second, I just wanted to make sure, because sometimes people are
No.
showing their neighborhood and saying, look how bad my neighborhood is.
Yeah.
Some of the things that you're presenting and that you're talking about, they're more complicated than a hearing will fix. And just so that you know, that the board doesn't have the authority to change class.
Okay,
They have the authority to adjust value though.
okay,
I'm seeing lots of problems here. And what I'm wanting to do is head this thing off at the pass. And go to a number for the year and fix your account will not be fixed in here.
okay,
If things aren't living spaces, square footage, all that stuff will never get repaired in here. So we've got to try to arrive at a number. We sent you a notice for I don't know, where are we at here?
338.
Yeah, 338. I am wanting to go to 200 on your house,
okay,
which would be $89,000 less than the previous year. I'm seeing some pretty big problems here.
okay,
If me and you can kind of say okay with that, then I want to do that. Let her make a motion if she's okay with it. And then make all these changes later. If we have square footage that's wrong, all that stuff this is not the place to do it.
okay,
But this is the place to arrive at a value. And what I'm trying to say to you is I agree with you.
okay.
I don't like any of the stuff you're showing. I would not pay $338,000 for this house.
I have one question, so it's gonna go next into the sales comp comparisons. The comps they have listed are investment properties. How do I change that fact that our house is being compared to investment properties because of?
Move it to a different county.
But in fact,
Everything
they,
here, there's no way to not do that with the way that the RBOs are going. With investment properties, with rental, you need the whole market to change for us to not have to deal with that.
but I think it's also appearing because of the detached areas they're considering.
That's a problem. That's why I'm
Yeah.
saying we can't fix that right now.
Okay,
And I'm agreeing with you and saying, I don't like our opinion. I like your opinion. And what I want to do is cut to 200,000,
okay. Would that be prior to exemptions?
prior to exemptions.
Okay,
So it'd be cut to 200,000, and then exemptions would lessen that to a different assessed value. And then I want to fix all of your stuff later.
okay.
That's what I want to do.
How would I go about fixing it later?
What I want to do is print out a property card for you
Okay.
that has a drawing on it, or maybe a sketch
Okay.
of your property, and have you edit it for us,
Okay,
to help us better understand where we're wrong.
okay,
And then let us look at it. We'll use some aerial photography.
okay.
We may come back at you and say, we don't think we're wrong, but it's way better. It's the only way to do it. Or we may just say, yeah, you're right. This is all messed up and I don't know, but that's the way to handle that. We got to get to a value today. We'll never get to it without doing something like this.
Okay,
So 200.
is the 200 negotiable?
No.
I'm good with it then.
Okay.
Listen, you gotta try, right?
I'm smart enough.
So,
I'm fine with that, so I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion on your account.
thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Yes, I'm gonna get some stuff printed for you.
Account case ID 2022-145, account 30919. kind of a complicated case, but listening to what you said and what the district has proposed based on the many issues that are going on with this property. It is a suggestion of the district itself that they reduce the value currently noted on your property, $338,590 to $200,000. And you meet with me at a later date.
Okay.
Assess the information and come up with some kind of appropriate value. So for now, we're going to, so just say.
For this year, for the 2022. Okay.
The 200,000.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, there was
I got one.
yeah, one other thing I wanted to say. Now, you understand that you had selected a single member panel, which is me.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I have to bring this information to the full board, I think tomorrow,
Okay.
and they will either accept my recommendation or reject it.
Okay.
If they reject it, you'll have to come back again.
That's fine.
It's unlikely. So,
Okay.
That's a property card, and then this is a blown up version of that.
Okay.
sketch, showing that there's living space being accounted for in here,
Mhm.
which is some of the things I think you said, look, there's not.
Yeah.
That's not living space, right?
No, this
So-
is all living space.
So, yeah, so, and then. We can get some of that fixed.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you bet.
Is that everything?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. I appreciate you. I have the survey.
Yeah,
There was-
I have another one.
Oh, okay.
This is, you had selected a one person panel.
Your individual survey.
That's we're just curious as to why the individuals did that, or just was finding something.
I honestly, I may have just gotten a little check crazy. I wasn't certain. This was the first time I had actually requested, I had spoken once before to the appraisal district back in 2020. So this is the first time I actually was requesting in person. I'm not clear as well why I'm in the church. So, thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for coming in.
Yeah.
Bye.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Thank you. We did. All right.
Okay. It is on the page one, the very first one. Last name is Novak.
Page 1. This is the 830.
Yes, yes, we still have two more on the 8th.
The day when rain was, when Alex or nobody showed up. Oh my God. Well.
Yeah, I think this is our record so far, 7 of 8 for the whole summer.
Okay.
All right, this is Robert Novak. Will be by phone.
Oh, it's like.
So I'm gonna
Which
dial
one
it.
are we using?
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave my cell phone. I apologize in advance if anybody texts or calls, you know, I don't know.
Mr. Robert,
Yes.
Robert, this is the trailer review board calling for your protest hearing. Good morning, how are you? Good. Okay, I have some administration information to go over with you before we start the hearing. Okay, this hearing is being recorded and it's being live on YouTube. And I need to verify what is being protested on the protest form, and it appears that you're protesting both market and equity values, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I represent the appraisal review board, and we'll be hearing your protest today. The ARB does not work in the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form included in the determination package you will receive in the mail after the hearing, or you can complete it online. Information about completing and returning it are included on the form. Survey is voluntary, but we would really appreciate it if you complete it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information is included in the package that we mail to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Have you provided all of your information?
Yes.
For you? You can't add anything new. You can by a voice, but not by any kind of documentation. Once the hearing is started. The ARB member, which is myself, who is considering the protest, has not communicated with anyone about the protest and signing an affidavit about the fact. I, Captain Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. All testimony from witnesses must be given under oath. I am assuming that since you signed the appropriate documentation, you realize that you are under oath for this hearing.
Okay.
Thank you. I need to ask you if, well, first of all,
I
let me
request you
sign
solemnly
this.
swear affirm the testimony correct.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I will communicate with the person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Thank
Everybody is sworn in. I need to ask you, Robert, do you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board? Okay, thank you. You recall in your package, you have a set of what's called period procedure times. It's just two columns that list the timing of the hearing today. Okay, and we'll walk you through this as well. So I need to ask you, you have the option of whether you want to go first or whether you want the district to go first. Okay, then you have 5 minutes. For now, you'll have additional minutes later on.
Bring it down a little bit. Sir, take the blood for which you make it split it up by about 160 units. So.
How much did you say that was? No, not that. I'm talking about your property.
So, such a statement of purchases, large square footage. So still in disarray. So. So.
Good. You still have a couple of minutes left. Is there anything else you want to add? Okay, then, the district now has, 7 minutes. They can start anytime.
Yeah, okay, so, look through this thing pretty quick here. There's, the building, the subject is in the 2200 building. One of the things we'll notice here in our comps, the sales comps, is every comp that we use is in the 2500 building. So they're all from 21, which is nice, but they're also all from one building. You know, one sold for 303, one sold for 304, one sold for 305, and one sold for 341. And but again, they're all in the 2500 building. And then when we look at equity, our equity value proves 302,710 because we're able to comp identical condos. When you comp condos for equity, you're just showing that they're all on the same, they're all getting their value from the same matrices, they're the same class, the same age, same square footage, all that. There's nothing different about them. So there's 0 adjustments and they all come out to the same thing. Our median value on sales is 309 and we noticed market value at 302. I'm going to take a second here to ask Scott to bring the picto up so that we can see where, I'm not sure where this is at in the unit. 134, it's right there. Okay. So if that's 22, if this is 2200, I think 23, 24, 25, maybe. I think this is 25. 26, 27. This versus this, yeah, this is probably even better, right? You know, this does, but yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know this stuff intimately in here. I don't know where I would.
The ones back over in the 25. You know, they have further walk, they're not, it's close to the road, they also have great views. So,
Yeah.
who knows?
I mean, who knows, right? I don't know. I just wanted to point out that in our sales grid, all of our evidence is coming from one building. And it is possible, I don't know this for sure, but it is possible that every one of those was gutted and brought back, because I think that building was a total gut.
Do you know that?
Do you know?
It was building 25, got it?
Yes.
What?
25, 26 were gutted and maybe 24, is that right?
Yes, 22 is
22 had some gutting, some not, kind of thing.
correct.
Yeah. 23. Do you know about 23?
The same.
22 and 23 are about the same.
Some images.
Yeah. Okay. So the total guts were 24, 25, 26, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's all we have.
Robert, you have any 4 minutes or so, if you want to ask for any questions or have any additional comments?
No. You know. So,
I'm sorry, my comment? You not, is your bulkhead in existence or is there not one there?
it is. So, a question. So,
But if you said it needs to be replaced,
that's.
But it's replaced, but there's loan dollars out there,
oh,
that they have debt, they have debt
Right.
that they're gonna have to.
build
Sure. When did you find out about the debt? Okay. Yeah, it says June 10th, please share your opinion by completing a quick survey by June 10th. So this is pretty recent stuff. Yeah, okay. It was gonna be about 10,000 or so a unit. I guess just evenly spread out amongst.
So they have to pay that.
Yeah, it's some kind of balloon payment thing. It's odd. It's like 7, it has to be done. It says November of 2029. Each unit will be assessed approximately 4,100 for the balloon payment to retire. So you're gonna make some payments along the way, I'm assuming? I see, okay.
What are your options, to wait till 2029 and pay it all at one time or pay it along the way?
Okay,
All right, anything else you want to add?
no, I don't think so.
Is that something we can consider?
I mean, I think the way that I would say this is, if this was old information, then I would say that every single person that purchased with this in mind. But because it's so new, yeah, it's a disclosure. You know, and I don't know no one knows what that's like in the marketplace. You know, how does the market react? I don't know. You know, I don't know. Yeah,
Like, not sure, close it for sure.
I just don't know the market reaction to it. You know, I don't know. And part of me feels like the market reaction would be harsh if it wasn't for that 2020, you know, like when you get to say, oh, it has to be done by 2029. That seems a long ways away. That seems almost odd that it's so far away. But I don't know. I don't know what it means in the marketplace, is all I'm saying.
Anything else you want to add, Robert?
No. Thanks for your time.
Well, I have a few minutes here to deliberate on what we're going to do with your value. Okay. I don't want to be able to talk here, so pay $5,000 or whatever you think, considering that it's time to pay.
Yeah, I don't know, but you know, some kind of decision has to be made. I'm not sure how to handle it.
I think that's fair because it's so far down the road.
Yeah.
You may pay some along the way. Anyway, okay, Robert, I'm gonna make a motion on your account here. It's case ID 2022-202. Account 13476. This is the payout on the minimum unit. Addressing information you presented to us as well as information that we have presented. The value currently placed in the property 302,710 is equal to the equity value of, the median equity value of those units, and although it's below the market value of those units. However, having brought us information on the bulkhead situation, and because of their payout time is so lengthy, they're willing to take $5,000 off of the value on the property, for that. Yeah, assumption that you stay there for a while, you make some payments, and now somebody else picks up the balance. So I'm willing to take $5,000 off of that. Okay? That would bring it down.
Would you please state a value? Sorry.
I'm going to. Bring the value, let me make the motion, reduce the value from 302,710 to 2,097,710. Do you understand that, Robert?
Yes.
You will receive information in the mail about that. And also you need to understand that this is a single member panel which you requested, which is just myself from the appraisal review board. I will be presenting this information to the full ARB tomorrow. And assuming they approve it, which they probably will, that will be the end of the case.
Okay.
Okay?
And you'll send me something in written form.
Excuse me?
You'll send me something in written form.
Yes, you'll get documentation about the hearing and the new value placed in the property.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we have another phone thing. Are we ready? Or go ahead.
No.
Yeah, this- yeah.
This one, we got one.
Next line. And the good news is that it's not.
We have to.
All righty.
Yeah, no problem.
Right, what case do we have?
353, the case number is 310. His name is Swain. Not sure about that either. Jumping in. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna make a phone call.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, hi, this is the, appraisal review board calling for your protest hearing.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Can
you.
you tell me how to pronounce your name?
Well, the first name is pronounced as Daphne.
Daphne?
Daphne. But I go by Jeannie.
I'm sorry, you
You
go
can
by,
imagine why. You can imagine why.
yeah, you go by what, Jeannie, did you say, or?
Yeah. Penny.
Yeah.
And I,
Okay, great, thank you, Judy. Okay, I have some information to go over with you, prior to our starting our hearing. Okay, just bear with me for a few minutes, okay? This hearing is being recorded and it's being streamed live on YouTube. I need to verify what is being protested here. Hold on just a moment, if you would. Your on your protest form, you indicated you're protesting incorrect appraised market value and unequal compared with other properties. You've also checked other, which is Hurricane Harvey damage. Is that correct?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. I represent the Appraisal Review Board and we'll be hearing your protest today. The ARB does not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form included in the determination package you will receive in the mail after the hearing, or you can complete it online. Information about completing and returning it are included on the form. Survey is voluntary. We would appreciate it if you would complete it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Have you submitted all of your information?
Yeah.
You have, okay, so nothing else can be added once we start the hearing. Okay. The ARB member, which is myself, who is considering the protest, does not communicate with anyone about the protest and is signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ray Pressey, do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, Jeannie, I'm assuming that you realize that you are under oath since you did sign the affidavit.
Yes,
Okay. And I need to ask you if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
no,
Okay. Do you have in your package hearing procedure times? That's okay.
Tiger.
You don't need to. I'll walk you through it.
All right.
Okay. And I also need to tell you that at the end of this hearing, I will be providing information regarding my determination to the entire appraisal review board tomorrow. Okay, so they will,
Okay.
and they will then approve or decline my decision, but more than likely will be accepted. So anyway, we can get started. You with the hearing procedure times. You have the opportunity to determine whether you want to go first or whether you want the protest of the district to go first.
Don't mind, I'd like to go first.
That whatever you want to do is fine. Okay, you want to start? You have 5 minutes. For now, you'll get some extra time as we go along.
I do want to clarify that I do hold a state license.
Oh, that's fine.
I am a licensee. Correct.
That's just fine.
Okay. The comparables that your office had sent has the wrong picture. That is the house where 211 Cream Road sits. That's owned by Tom Collins. And when I looked it up on the appraisal district search, they showed that there are no improvements on that property, and that house has been there for quite a while. I certainly hope that, I don't think he's been paying taxes on that house. I've already called it to the appraisal district's attention and he was looking into it. But I do want to bring that out.
Okay,
Number two, I sent you pictures of the condition of 315 Crane Road. We started working on the outside first. It does have a new roof. It does have new siding. I did have a small roof leak that I've got to fix, but the inside was completely gutted. And I ran out of funds to finish the project. I sent you pictures so that you could see that the space is entirely uninhabitable. I don't have plumbing. I don't have walls. I don't have flooring. I don't have countertops. I don't have anything in that building. And that is from the result of the hurricane. I've slowly been working, trying to get it back up, but I just flat ran out of funds.
Is that a home, or is that a double wide or RV?
It's a home.
Okay.
It's on Pier Bean.
And so you're not living in it?
No one can live in it. Absolutely no one. I can't rent it out. It's uninhabitable. And I also own 329 Crane in the back. It's in the same condition. But you raised the taxes by over 20 grand more than my uninhabitable house in the back.
Okay, you're just protesting this property, however, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'd like to protest both, but yeah, I know it's too late.
Right.
315 is the one that got my attention. My house in the back was assessed as 27,140 for the building, and you're assessing my house on 315 Crane is 42,370 for the improvement for the house.
This house can be a tear down?
No, ma'am. I'm going to try to get it up, but it's going to take me some time. And of course, with today's economy, it's going to be a long time. It's hard for me to find contractors, number one,
Right.
that will work on a 1099. Most of the folks down there want to work with cash, and I do not operate that way. I will 1099 them. That's my first problem. Number two, I've got a problem with the cost of building materials.
All right, we understand the pie for everybody.
So, and then here the taxes start rolling their heads up and wanting an increase. I'm asking for a consideration, ma'am.
Do you have an opinion of value?
Ma'am?
Do you have an opinion of value?
Well, I would think that in the current condition of the space, it wouldn't be anything more than what you're assessing my 329 uninhabitable building at, which is 27,140.
Okay, your time is up for the moment, Vinnie. We're going to have the district has time now for ask you any questions and make their presentation. So
Yes, ma'am.
we'll start with that. He has 7 minutes.
Jeannie,
Yes,
the 329, was it 27,000 on the improvement plus the land?
yes.
So, if I said that this 315 Crane, that I'm willing to go to 45,000 even, which would include the land plus the improvement value.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Okay. I'm in my office and I have another phone.
45,
I would think
Jeannie,
I
40,
would,
go ahead.
in total value
Yes,
with the land,
45.
I think that would be very fair. Yes,
Let's do it and move on, okay?
perfect.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Okay, Jeannie, hold on, I'm gonna make a motion on your account, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Case ID 2022-310, account 35337. Addressing incorrect market and equity values, and via the information that you presented to us regarding the condition of the property, the district is of the opinion, and I agree as ARB that below the value on the property from 68,620 to 40,000 even. Okay?
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You will get all that information in the mail.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
You're
Thank
good. You're
thank
welcome.
you both for your time.
You're welcome. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So Kathy, you decided on 40,000 even?
40,000 even.
Okay.
Okay, we are to the last one on the 8:30 docket. This gentleman was here this morning. He was unable to wait. I kind of went out the door and I said, if you would like, you can do a affidavit of evidence and leave it with the support to hear it. I had to come in for a hearing. Taryn gave him the affidavit. It wouldn't have looked like this, and this is notarized by someone else. So apparently he had an affidavit in his possession, which he left on the counter. Now, there's not any other evidence with it. It is just the affidavit. He also, right, he also asked, when I was coming in here, he said, can you call me? And I said, I can certainly check on that. And I've actually made a call to him since then because I asked about if he had any other evidence. If he did want us to call him, there was no answer. I left a message. I haven't heard back. So I don't know if you want to try to call him right now at this number and say, we're commencing the hearing. We're going to hear it by affidavit. If you answered, if he doesn't answer, if you had answered, we would have done something by phone with you, but since you're not available, we're going ahead. We'll get on this. Okay. All right. So it is case, here it is. Last name is Nelson, and 25081 is the account number. He's on page 1, second one down.
So when you called him and he didn't answer, you leave a message.
I did.
What did you say?
I said, I'm calling because I found this on the counter and I wondered if you had any other evidence to submit. And I wanted to check to see if you did want us to call you if a phone hearing was available.
So if he's not available, we're gonna hear the affidavit.
Because it says, if you do not appear in person, let's see. The ARB, if you decide later, because he put on here that he intended to appear in person, and it says right underneath, this affidavit may not be used for the hearing. If I do appear in person, somewhere on here.
I think that Kathy will need to make a decision And if someone isn't willing to stay and wait, do they get a towel card? Call,
Oh, well, we didn't allow him enough time. He was here.
he wouldn't wait.
Right, he left about 9:30, he said,
If they're 2 hours late, they get to leave, right?
right, but it's not even 2 hours at this point.
Oh,
So, yeah, probably the best thing to do would just to be hear this by affidavit.
but you said that's okay.
Well, I just said they will hear it if you leave an affidavit in hand. without- I mean,
You don't
he
know
was
if you
out
expect-
the door, he was mad. Yeah, and I was having to try to talk to him and I directed him to the front counter and asked Karen to please print him out an affidavit. So I did not get a chance to go any further with him.
You're the affidavit.
I think so. I mean, I think that, just,
It's gonna, I like this one, and stuff like whatever, so it's. Did you explain to him that they needed to wait at least 2 hours before you?
He didn't give me time, I had to chase him down and so, yeah, I think if you want to say.
I think the other side of this too is that Val has made a phone call
I did.
already. That wasn't an issue.
Right,
So, we're going above and beyond here, above and beyond to try to get this heard.
If we don't,
Yes.
he's done.
He could have just- yeah, he was just-
Yeah,
just
so we have
walking
this
out.
affidavit in hand.
let me get this scanned in, I just realized I've been looking at this and holding on to it and I need to scan it in. Like, well, there's a paper.
She scanned it in, so.
We have it.
I'm saying, why did you move this? Okay, I was going to hear affidavit. Case hearing number ID 2022-247 and 25081.
Sorry about that.
We have it.
Completely on. Okay, this hearing is being recorded and is being live on YouTube. What is being protested is, both equity and, market values. I represent the Appraisal Review Board and will be hearing the protest today. The ARB does not work for the appraisal district and no appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material and evidence has been provided with the affidavit. We simply have the affidavit. ARB member who is considering the protest has not communicated with anyone about the protest on the signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I requested you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the next appraisal district is true and correct.
Sworn in, and the district representative will now read the affidavit.
Okay, property owners affidavit of evidence. Section 1 is the owner's name, address, also has a phone number and email address. Section 2 is the property under protest, property description, 19 Bimini Road, Rockport, Texas, 78382, home 19. Section 3, reasons for protest, the box other is checked with city and state taxes, or county and state taxes.
I don't know. I'm talking under
Section 3,
three, I don't have the picture. You do?
are you on the affidavit or are you on the protest?
Oh, wonderful.
But the protest is for originally checked incorrect appraised market value and equity, which is what we're doing with. Yeah, section 4 is left blank. Section 5 just says county and state taxes. Section 6 says I intend to appear in person at the hearing. This affidavit may not be used for the hearing if I do appear in person at the hearing. State of Texas, County of Aransas Pass. Name Steve Nelson, signed by Steve Nelson with the notary Sharon Banger. This was done on the 20th of June, 2022. That's the end of the property owner's evidence. Okay, CAD evidence for sales is, this is 19 Bimini. And comp number 1 is 19 Bimini, sold in June of 2021 for $992 and change.
June
2021, 992. Comp number 2 is a land sale on Bimini, 23 Bimini. Sold for $562 in February of 22. Comp number 3 is 10 Bimini. June of 2021. Sold for $759. And it's 1,300 square feet smaller than the subject. And comp number 4 is 25 Luau, sold for 1.034. And it sold, that was January of 2021. The median value for sales is $844. We have a market value of $929. So we are suggesting a value change based on sales data. And our equity value, median value is $921 when comparing to similar properties properly adjusted in this area. But sales reports at $844 number. So that's the district's opinion, $844,000.
I agree. All right, we make a motion on this case, which is case ID 2022-247, count 25081, addressing incorrect market value and appraisal ratio exceeding the appraisal. By the different figures, the median market value is $844,101. Therefore, it is necessary for us to reduce the value on this property from
So I just uploaded it.
to $844,100. You guys that's that?
Yes, 844,100.
I just pulled his protest form and there was some paperwork with it that was not scanned into the account. And so I just now put it in under evidence.
Just take a look at it, Kathy, and see if it influences
It's
your.
not gonna make any difference.
Right, we reduced it by quite a bit. But did you scan it in, Val?
I did, I scanned it, not in yours yet, Scott, but it's in the tablet.
That's fine. Kathy
I'm
can-
gonna get it into Scott's right now.
She can look at it and see if it changes your thoughts, any. It's water.
He doesn't give me any value. Well, that movie, what do you think? That's a good, that's good.
Yeah,
90,000, 80,000.
yeah.
I don't think it's like that. It's got mobile home information on it.
Right.
I think we're good.
What are we doing, Val?
Okay, we've got two more affidavits.
Okay.
These are on the 10 o'clock docket. We did not have any others. Yeah, we didn't have any other sign-ins for, we've had no sign-ins for 10.
Okay,
So this is account number 8810377. It's at the top of page 5. It is an undivided interest, but this is the parent account.
okay. This is 1804, case number 1804.
It is,
Okay,
This is going to be bad.
yes.
all right.
Is this the only one of 10? We have two.
We have two, there'll be another affidavit after this.
That's it.
Yes.
So far. We are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1804, account 8810377. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. It is under protest, as indicated on the protest form, is incorrect market value, unequal comparative properties, and also incorrect damage assessment rating for a property qualified for a temporary disaster exemption.
I'll address it.
I represent the appraisal review board and will be hearing your protest today. The ARB does not work for the appraisal district. We have appointed to form an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester on determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material and evidence has been provided with the affidavit. I believe we have some other information, do we not? We do. An ARB member who is considering the protest does not communicate with anyone about the protest and is signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with any individual in violation of tax code 41.66.
I request you solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal report for the respective appraisal district is true and correct.
Yep. Okay. Mr. Representative, we will now read the affidavit.
Okay, let's see here. Property owner's affidavit of evidence, section 1 is the owner's name and address, phone number and email address. Section 2 is the property under protest, 137 Palmetto Point Road, Rockport, Texas, 78382. Section 3 is reasons for protest, which we've talked about on their protests, that it was a Q1, Q2, and a Q14, which is incorrect damage assessment rating for property qualified for a temporary disaster exemption. They also checked other extend temporary disaster exemption. The temporary disaster exemption is legislation that moved forward after Hurricane Harvey. So what will happen in the future is when there is a disaster declared as a declared disaster that produces damage to your property, then this is a protest. This is something you can protest. Protesting it for Harvey now is it's not a thing. We can't protest incorrect damage assessment for Harvey. It was enacted after Harvey, partially because of Harvey. And all the damage that happened. So section 4 is left blank. Section 5 says this is a statement of facts or arguments. There are 2 cracks on the main pier that occurred during Hurricane Harvey. This is causing cracks on ceilings, walls, and floor. A builder told me that SCAD boards should be attached to cracked piers for support. Section 6, I do not intend to appear at the hearing in person, by telephone conference call, or by video conference. This affidavit and the evidence and or arguments submitted with it may be used at the hearing if I do not appear in person. Section 7, county is Aransas, signed by Mr. Guzman on the 21st of June, 2022 by Kenna Bowling as a notary. And then there's going to be photos. The mentioned in here about the cracked, 2 cracks on the main pier beams. There's some photos here.
Sure what this is. That's flooring. Decking?
That's carpet.
No, one above it.
It's a wall.
Yeah, the crack in the wall there.
Oh, okay.
And then there's some sheetrock that looks like it's been patched, sort of, because of cracks.
This is
It's like there's a crack in the ceiling.
that's the beam, support beam, I guess.
Yeah. That's the end of the property owner's evidence. The district, in looking at the evidence, I have 2 things to say. One of them, the interior cracks seem to be in line with the sheetrock, like they're straight where the sheetrock seam is. They're not jagged or diagonal. They appear to be right at the sheetrock seams. And the pictures of the beams outside, the first picture of the beam, I guess from the picture, it almost appears like that's not a crack, but that like something hit the beam and hurt it, the way that it's all torn up. But I mean, I don't know, and the pictures look as though like the beam was hit by something. And so maybe the beams are causing this interior stuff. I don't know for sure, but regardless, they've got some interior issues going on with the interior damage to the walls from either those beams or not a very good tape and float job. It's also a possibility. So a lot of times when you have stuff like this going on, where it shows up when the building is shifting, is it shows up in the doors and windows. Your doors and windows stop shutting correctly. So if that information had been provided, I would have really been on board with the beams. I'm almost thinking that to me, this looks like poor work on the sheetrock. The grid, we're gonna produce a couple of sales grids here. Or a sales grid and an equity grid. The sales grid median value is 224 and we have 190 on the subject. And there are, how many cells are we dealing with here? 6 different cells in Holiday Beach. All on, check this, these are all dry land cells. So none of the canals are bayfront. So we have a cell, the first comp is for 192 in September of 21. The next comp is August of 21 for 220. Square footage is about the same. Both of these houses were newer, class is about the same. The next 2 comps are 167 and 205. With comp number 3 so far being maybe the best. Well, it's not on here, it's not on stilts, so let's go look at the other 2 comps, number 5 and 6. 229 for one, 224 for the other, both brand new builds. Median value is 224 for sales. And equity reports 188, showing us to be a couple $1,000s high on this subject. Now we're at 188. We noticed them at 190.
Wait a minute, what's top of this account 881037?
Yeah,
I have it known at 9504.
the reason for that is it's a UDI account, so it's 50%. It's 50%. It's 2 people on it.
It's on private.
Yeah, so that 95 is multiplied times 2. Yes, ma'am.
So it's one, what is that, one?
Yeah, so the total value for the whole property is 190. But our equity value is 188. And as far as the interior damage, I'll just leave that up to you. I don't know. Whatever you think on that from the photos. That's all I have.
So just let me ask you, your opinion of the interior damage was, I mean, the damage, obviously.
Obviously, something's not right.
Yeah.
And it's more in more than one spot. It doesn't even seem to be just on one wall.
Also,
It looks like the tape and flow job wasn't great. That's what it looks like.
if it was even done.
Yeah, something doesn't, the lines are so clear. So, but I would definitely say something's not right. Yeah, something should, yes, I would agree. Something's not right.
Okay, case ID 2022 1804, count 881037, to the undivided interest account. Currently assessed at 190, and And looking at the median market equity values, market value is 224.37, and equity value is 188.392. So in any case, the value needs to be reduced to 188.392. The information presented by the property owner also indicated interior damage. Kind of hard to tell exactly how bad it is or what caused it. But I'm willing to give it $10,000 for remedial repairs. That will bring the value down to 178.90. Thanks, Scott.
Yes, 178,390.
All right, the next hearing is case 1925. It's found on the top of page 6. And the account number is 17162.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I wrote it, you would.
Page 6, very top of the page.
Page 6.
Right.
Okay, and this is the first one.
Yes, account number 17162, case 1925, last name Marcia.
Just by.
Happy day. What are you saying?
Okay. Open the case on case ID 2022-1925, account 17162. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Under protest is property appraisal increases too much for 1 year. So we'll assume that's both market and equity. I represent the appraisal review board and will be hearing the protest today. ARB does not work for the appraisal district. They're appointed to perform the independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material and evidence has been provided with the affidavit. We do have evidence. ARB member who is considering the protest has not communicated with anyone about the protest since the signing of the affidavit to that effect. I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.16.
I request that the solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the next time the President District.
Okay, the district representative will read the affidavit.
Property owner's affidavit of evidence. Section 1 is the name and mailing address, including phone number and email of the owner. Section 2 is the property description is 4001 Route 1781, Rockport, Texas 78382. Section 3, reasons for protest, checked other. There is a commercial business next door paying services. This affects our property values tremendously. It says that there's 44 pictures, 3 pages, maybe. There's a 3 in parentheses. I'm not sure. We'll find out. Due to the fact that in section 5, it says, statement of fact, due to the fact that the commercial equipment or in services businesses and other paraphernalia is unsightly and affects the value of our property, which is residential, we feel our property assessment is much too high. The appraiser has increased by approximately $200,000 since 2021. Section 6, hearing type. I do not intend to appear at the hearing in person, by telephone conference call, or by video conference. This affidavit and the evidence and or arguments submitted with it may be used at the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. Section 7, name and signature signed in San Patricio County by Marcia and Beverly and Michelle, which I'm assuming are, Beverly is Pat, okay, by the owners. And this was done on 17th of June in 2022. The notary is Victoria Michelle Cruz. We go down a little ways here. There is the review board would like to stress, if you keep, there's some kind of document here. I will not be attending my appointment with the appraisal review board. They that they signed on 6/22 of 22. And this is the waiver of hearing form. Then there's procedure times. And there is going to be our documents, some of our documentation in here about the hearing times. And then there's going to be a picture. When we look at the first picture, I believe this is Hines Services. This is going to be the property just on the south side of the subject property. And this is another picture of Hines Services, which is a local construction company. Roofing company. There's the next picture again is that, and that is it.
Those are it. Those two pictures,
Yes.
three pictures.
I think so.
Scott, can you put the picture up there? Sure.
All right, I believe the pictures that they're showing us are all of this stuff here. This is Hines Services here. And this is the subject property.
It's not the water out there.
This is Coconut Bay. Yeah, zoom in a little bit, Scott. In one of the pictures, I think the first picture, we could kind of see this in the white fence that they have. And then the other pictures were taken looking at this office. So they have a couple pictures of the office and then a picture of that building in the back next to their fence. Can you get, all right, so I'm gonna go to, I'll go to our evidence. And take a look here. We have going on here. We've got some sales in this Coconut area. So the subject property is 4001, loop 1781. The first comp is 3700 block of 1781 and sold for 505 in January, February. That's April of 21. And then comp number 2 is on the bay there. It's on Coconut Drive. It's a little bit further south. Sold for 916. It's a newer home, a little bit smaller. Sold for 916. Comp 3 is also on Coconut Bay, Coconut Village area. Sold for 1.4 million. It's 5,200 square feet versus 2,800 square feet. Sold for 1.4, comps out at 1.1. And then comp number 4 sold for 495. Coconut Village area comes out 708. Comment number 5. Coconut Village area 3500 block sold for 750 in October of 21. Smaller house. Median value here is 903. We have a market value of 833. And then you can see here in our equity grid, we do not prove it. And our equity grid reports a value of 762. So the district's opinion is the market value is not 833, but as per equity is 762.
I don't think that that Heinz services next to them looks as trashy and unattractive as they're pretending to. It looks pretty neat, actually.
Yeah, they also have the property has that big fence, they protected themselves from it a little bit. But either way, we
They're reduced.
yeah,
And
quite a bit, yeah.
lot, so. Okay, I'm gonna go make a motion on this account, case ID 2022-1925, account 17162. Addressing incorrect market value in the by the district owned information, the median equity value for properties in this area is 762,297. We have a value listed on the property of 833,470. So by the district's own figures, the value needs to be reduced, and it will be reduced to 762,000. Even.
Yes, thank you, Kathy.
I'll leave the 130s.
Okay, yeah, so we will,
We want to take these and go on the
Sure. we'll adjourn the 1:30, the morning and resume this afternoon. Thank you.
Hi,
Hi. How are you?
doing good,
Good.
straying around, but that's life in the big city.
That's right.
Love Rockport. I lived in Victoria for years, and I moved to the Austin area.
Is that where you live now?
No, no, my husband grew up here, and I was just, he said, "Do you want to move away?" I said, "Yes, please." You really think about Rockport, that please have. We're back in the month, so it's definitely a small town. And it's,
So you're living here now?
oh, thank God, yeah.
Well, good. How long have you been here?
2 years, maybe. Now, what is this? This is since 2020.
It's 2022.
End of 2020.
Okay,
Yeah, this is case 344.
I have that,
And so page
and I have it on the case listing.
66301, yes. Bottom of page 7.
I swear.
Yeah, I'll go through that. I have a whole raft of administrative stuff to go through.
This is me.
Yes, and they'll show it up there also. That like will be.
Yeah, you can follow along on the tablet if you like, but we will be displaying on the
Right.
wall as well. Okay, so this may seem like a lot of formality, but we do all of our hearings this way, so there's everything's the same.
Okay.
Okay, so we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-344, account number 66301, which is 208 Duckhaven Drive in Rockport. And under protest is Q1, Q2, which is incorrect market value, appraised market value, and appraisal ratio exceeding median level of appraisal or equity value. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. Not for the entertainment value, actually. I represent the appraisal review board and will be hearing the protest today. The ARB does not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey, which is one of these, regarding your experience during the hearing. You can use that survey form. You can take it with you. There will be one that is included in the determination package you will receive in the mail, documenting the result of the hearing. Or if you'd like, you can take it online as well. All the information about doing that and where to return it and so on is on the top of that form. The survey is entirely voluntary, but we always do appreciate any feedback you may want to offer. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package that will be mailed to you to document our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So I'm assuming that we have all of your evidence.
And the pictures.
You said one email.
That was one email. Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you.
The ARB member who's me,
Yes, sir.
who is considering the protest, has not communicated with anybody about the protest and is signing an affidavit to that effect. So I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66. Now you'll be asked to swear in. All witnesses, all testimony from all witnesses will be given under oath. And if you will state aloud that sentence.
I do solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for Aransas County appraisal district is true and correct.
State your name.
Susan, okay.
Okay.
I am a Merton solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present in appraisal review board in Aransas County appraisal district is true.
Nice.
Yeah, you can use it during the break.
Okay, Susan, I need to ask if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board.
That's right.
Okay, that's fine, we just have to ask about that. Over there on your left hand is chart with the hearing procedure times, how we're gonna run the hearing today. And it can take two forms. One is if you decide that you would like to present first, or if you would like the district to present first. You both have equal amounts of time and several opportunities during the hearing to talk, but you get to make the decision on which you would like to do.
The district.
Okay.
Okay. All right, this is account 66301. It is a single family residential property in Sunset Bay. It's on Duck Haven. The property was certified last year at 483,690. It was not complete. It was still under construction January 1, 21. This year it was noticed at 935,890. There's a note in here saying it has a 90% economic function for super addicts. If you look at the property card, so it's kind of interesting. There is a very, very large metal building. So that is the biggest single segment on the property, but it's actually a metal building behind the house. The primary, what we call the base unit price, is still the house itself. But if you look at the picto image, you can see the lot is kind of a trapezoidal lot with a large garage there. The super adequacy thing is just because it's so many square feet. It's just a ton of square footage compared to the other. If someone else builds a garage in this neighborhood, it's size. So the sales comps are other properties that are. Let's see, we've got one on Duck Haven, one house on Duck Haven. Some homes that are similar to the subject, which are mostly coastal wildwood, to not in this neighborhood, but it's a very similar. This is the dry part of Sunset Bay. And they're all kind of floating around the same value, around 1.1 million. The median value is that 1.13 million. Noticed at 935. And again, there is a 10% function on there, which is why we're not at 100%. So if you look at the equity grid, you're going to see the same thing. Our equity value on this is 1.076, and we're at 935. It's going to be short on equity because they're the only one that has it. Let's see here. And then there's a sales ratio report that follows for this is from Fort Bay. Yeah, Fort Bay region. It's okay. But this is a new property and it's very distinct. There's not. I'm super curious what is going on with this building. What is it?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm curious. We drove by and we're like, man, what are they doing?
because my husband and I both own, I currently own a business and he had one that he dissolved. And he shut that business down. It's just basically on paper, but he shut the business down and sold most everything, but he kept having stuff, and it was an oil field, what do they call it? Production, testing, and flowback. Okay, production, testing, and flowback. So he had backhoe, skid steer, forklift, these big, like all this stuff from the shop, and a lot of people were trying to like, oh, I'll like give you $5 for that. He's like, I'd rather. So he has a lot of his stuff that he just didn't want to give away. So he just stores his stuff in there.
Wow. And there we have some theory that it was like be in there.
I don't know, and I hope we took pictures.
Maybe it's our business or something. Inventory in there, I don't know what.
It is, you're welcome to come over today and take a look. And it may, he has from like all he has leader trucks and all the wrenches and I mean, everything. He's got like 35, 40 of one particular kind of wrench and then another kind, and they're all like on one height. Until he dies, and then I go to sell. I'm serious. Until he dies, Right, and there's trailers in there, and it's enough to make you want to, if you're a female. Oh my goodness. And I hate that building. I hate it. Just let you know.
It's pretty
It's a
massive.
divorce topic.
It's
Do you
massive.
know, do you know how much, you'll have in that building?
Yes, so, he talked to me once before he put the building, I said, I'm against it, it will be a divorce, how much is that, I'm not putting that amount of money in it. So what he did, because he knows contractors and oil field, like, they create these things.
Yeah.
He purchased all the parts, he piecemealed everything, it's like making a homemade quilt. You just get a bunch of fabric and then you make your quilt, instead of buying one that's turnkey at a store.
Oh, okay, so he didn't hire a contractor to do the work?
No, he built that, he piecemealed it, because he was the contractor,
Yeah.
and we were the contractor on our house too. And that was to like try to save money, because I will strangle him, because I work hard for my money, and I have to work even harder to keep it. And so he bought certain pieces of sheet metal from this company that had sheet metal left over from this job, and then those big metal things from this job. And then there was this guy that has this software by like which, well, if you give me the dimensions and what kind of doors you want,
Put it together.
yes, yes, like a Lego thing.
Yeah.
And so it came in a bunch of different pieces, and it was a nightmare.
Did y'all manage to get a windstorm certificate for it?
I think I know we have insurance on it.
Okay.
I know we have insurance. Oh, and I think the reason why is inside, there are these big metal wire things that come down across.
Yeah.
And then they bolt down into the ground.
Yeah. Tensions are going on.
Yes, and so there were certain things, but we didn't have like engineers come out during the phase of the building, I can remember. But, so it's piecemeal, and, I'm glad we do have windstorm insurance, because when it did gust and rain comes, you can feel it, and we sent pictures in to it, like, where it's already like, because he tried to build it.
Okay, so let's try and get back on track. a
Yes,
little.
thank you,
It's all
thank you.
interesting.
Yes.
So Amy, you have any other questions? Okay. Susan,
Yes. Okay,
so you have 2 minutes to ask Eamon any questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
okay.
So I'll give you a total of 7 minutes.
Okay, so starting with the questions, of course, you intimated that the building is too big per scale with anything else that's in the neighborhood. Well, that's like almost just an opinion, right?
I don't mean it's like you shouldn't own it. I mean, like when we're measuring the neighborhood, we're doing a mass appraisal of the whole neighborhood.
Right.
If we go, hey, this whole neighborhood needs the improvement value increased by 5%. It's gonna hit this thing way harder than others, just because it's so big.
So,
That's all.
and then there's.
You can build it big.
There's two phrases, economy of scale and principle of regression and progression.
Right.
Okay, so economy of scale, so if you were to purchase something, if you purchase in greater units, each unit costs less, the bigger the purchase is. Homes for economy of scale are basically the same thing, and even buildings and stuff like that. Number one, this is just like basically like a big garage. Of course, there's no AC or anything like that in there. He just uses it to store stuff, and it's not custom turnkey, right? So compared to the other buildings, even though it's larger, I may have a larger vehicle than she does outside, but hers is a BMW and it's custom, and mine is a 1996 Chevy Suburban. Like, it's a piece of shit, pardon my French. So that's kind of where we are on that. Yes, it's big, but it's a big piece of shit. Sorry. And then the other buildings, they're smaller, but they're little BMW. They're nice.
Yeah.
Ours is not. So we have the principle of, regression, if you will, for our, right? It makes our property less valuable because it is such a piece of shit, and I hate that building. And there's pictures, you can look at it later. So I wanted to kind of rebut on that. And also with in respect to like our neighbors across the street, how theirs, is more uniform and matches their homes better than ours, again. Let's see, what else did you say? So I talked about economy of scale, why we use it, we already talked about that. And then where are we at? And so now I get to present what I have, right? So we're talking about right now, just the building and the home, or and the land, or all three. Okay, land, we have 5 acres. Our neighbors across the street, they each have 5 acres, but it's all usable acreage. And then it's in your map, and y'all have that big map, but you can see ours is a funny shape, and not only is ours, we have less road frontage, which already in real estate. I have my real estate license. Anyway, in real estate, we have less road frontage, believe it or not, the property value drops for the less road frontage. And if it's just a long, narrow stretch going back, property value is lower when you have that. Also, we have like a pipeline thing that runs through our property that keeps us, and that's why we had to like build the building so ugly and long and narrow. It's because we couldn't put a square one on there because of the way this thing runs through our property. And so there's a certain portion of our property that's completely unusable. It should be in the y'all's report somewhere, because this is something we discussed last year too. Anyway, and so with the amount that y'all praised just the land at, it's equal to some of these others, that they get full use of their 5 acres. Their 5 acres has longer, wider road frontage, and it's 100% used. Now our home is incomplete. Our home is, and so those are, but that house is almost right on line with ours. Same kind of metal roof, same kind of stone, same kind of windows, same kind of porch columns.
This is not your house.
That's Doug Thole's house, and there's his building. His building is custom. Ours is not custom. And there's no picture. So it's all stone rack all the way around his house, just like ours. Now, my husband, if you scroll down, he might have put notes in there. Can you see some of the notes?
Yeah, they're above it versus plans going on. That was it.
Yeah.
Sheet metal.
Somehow some of his notes didn't show, had to finish basically because Kit didn't have them right. So it came in like this little Lego. It was a nightmare, and everything's bending. When it rains, water comes in because it doesn't meet up the way it's supposed to for the bolts that come through, because some of the pieces really weren't designed to go together. So it was just a hot mess. Yeah, and see some of them, they didn't even doesn't even reach over. And you can see light coming in through the side. So I don't know that much about shops. I just know it was a storage subject. All total, by the time he was done building that, I'm talking concrete, nail, everything, it was $60,000. By the time we put that, because we were the contractors for the concrete, so basically just paying for the concrete, and then us getting the parts and building it. So that's where it's a little sore for me. I went, oh my God, that's all we put into it. It's a piece of junk, and they have it on here for, I forgot how much y'all had it, $175,000 or something like that. And then, so that's like $34 a square foot, but the custom one that's by our house, it's just a little bit smaller, but it looks much smaller because ours is long and theirs is more square. And theirs is at like $30 a square foot. I think his name is Rick. I gave y'all comps on that. And his is at $30 a square foot. And ours is 34. Oh, and then Doug Thole, he has one too. Doug saw a picture and he's not even on here. So his is at 0. I didn't see that his building was even on. And he has like a 3,000.
I'm trying to find it in the property.
Me too. His property ID 66308. And his house is on here and his land.
If it's land is usable, ours is not. But there's no, and maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but I could not find his building on here. He has a nice one right here.
Okay.
If it is on there, my apologies.
No, it is. Yeah, we have his garage. Yeah, no, it's on there. It's just further down in the description of things. Mhm. Yeah, so, yeah.
What is it?
How much it is?
What is his, what does it say his is, 3,000 and
2,000 square feet.
The garage is 2,000 square feet. Right?
Mhm.
then it's valued at,
Oh, let's see.
47,800.
Well,
47,000?
Hold on.
well, it's gotta get the neighborhood adjustment on top of that. You know what I mean? Well, it's 47.8.
47. Let's call it
Hold on, there's a neighborhood adjustment, just a second.
divided by,
That's 65,000.
okay, so that would be $23.90 a square foot, right?
Yeah.
So his building's at 23, so if we took Rick's at 30 and then his at 23.90. And we divided that by 2, that comes to 26 for the average median, so even if we set ours at like $26 a square foot, that's in between theirs. And theirs is custom, times our 5, that's 130. I still have a hard time swallowing that.
I don't wanna offer that my time, but I think 130 is too much.
It is,
Still too much.
yeah, okay.
The 175 is way too high. But
Okay, so we've totally blown all of our time.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's not your fault, it's partly mine, and plus the discussion has been kind of interesting. So Eamon, go ahead, you've got 4 minutes, but just keep talking.
no, I would say, I mean, would you say you guys spent on materials and stuff, it was like 65 or 60?
It was right at 60 on materials and we built it,
Yeah.
right?
So there's some value added for doing the labor, but I mean, but how much would that be? It's not a double. I mean,
Yeah, because we had my 2 sons,
yeah.
they're in there, well, one's 18, the other one's 22. They helped 2 of their friends. And so a lot of it was indentured servitude.
Yeah, right. You want to eat
I
today?
love it. Yes, thank you, sir.
And I just wanted to point out so different types of economic efficiency, like economies of size. And those are things that we deal with on a regular basis. The functions in your house and garage that says it's function, an economic function for super adequacy. That is kind of exactly what it's talking about. Like, it's a type of functional obsolescence that comes from something being, yes, it's bigger, yes, it's nicer, but it's actually the same thing that happens when you build a pool. You build a pool, it might cost you $80,000 to build a pool, but it doesn't mean your house will necessarily sell for $80,000 more.
That's right.
So that's we're looking for the contributory value of this garage.
Right.
And, it's nebulous. It's like weird. It's an unusual thing. So normally what you do as an appraiser is you put it on at cost. Just whatever it costs to put it there.
Right.
That's pretty much it.
Yes.
So, yeah. That'd be a solid thing to do.
And cost being, in this case, 65K.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I mean, there's labor added on top of it.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna kind of butt in here for a second. So we spent a fair amount on the building, the warehouse structure, we'll call it, even though it's not a warehouse. Anyway, how about the house? You indicated that it's not complete.
So I sent pictures also, and again, we're talking about economy of scale, and I sent them in with those pictures with the
Right.
shop.
Do you have a swag at percentage complete?
I don't have any pictures of
In
the
what way is
house.
it incomplete? What's that?
I sent a picture, chief, so it's kind of hard for me to articulate, but
I don't have pictures of the house, I'm just saying.
Oh, you're right.
They're
It's all
not
warehouse.
scanned in. They're all of the warehouse.
Well, you can, I mean,
You can talk to her.
Okay,
And that's what I'm asking, just, what's left.
same thing, because my husband was a contractor, and basically piecemealing
Yeah.
things. And so, you know, when you put the door frames in.
Yeah.
Where it's just sheet with sheetrock, but you don't have the frame in,
yeah,
okay, so
If you were here in this building about 2 weeks ago, you could have just pointed to that.
that would have been, that's what my bathroom door is, my bathroom. Leading into the toilet, closet doors in, both spare bedrooms. The closet doors are not there, they're not even framed, it's just a sheetrock,
Yeah.
right, and there's no baseboard.
Yeah.
There's no baseboards in my bathroom. But it's just functional, my bathroom is functional, but
is
it's,
there flooring, the flooring?
there's flooring in there, but no baseboard.
Well, I mean, in the whole house has flooring.
Yes, I think. And then there's one part of the house that is not even like, he calls it his safe room. And it's just this wall, but it's kind of like, I don't know what it's made out of, like sheet metal or something, has metal over the top. But there's sheetrock on both sides.
Yeah.
It's hodgepodge. But that's where he puts all of his guns and ammo
Sure.
and stuff like that.
Right.
And hides it, right? And you put a bookcase in front of it, so you gotta move the bookcase out of the way to open this little door. But there's no air conditioning or anything, and it's, I don't know, 150 square feet, it's on the plans. So, and I took pictures, you know, we got wires hanging out where lights are supposed to be for ceiling fans, they're just hanging out of my ceiling. And there's cabinet doors that are not installed yet. There's holes where he forgot to run a lead wire.
Okay, so what I'm considering here is maybe to put a 90% functional. And we can calculate that out and see how that calculates at the bottom line on that structure. Jackie, if you could do that when we get a moment.
And again, this isn't a BMW.
Do you want me to change the property card name, or do you want me to, just figure it out and
Well, we're gonna need.
stick a value?
So we
Okay.
have to add.
So you want a 90% function the entire house or just the MA?
Just see it.
Okay.
And, okay, while she's doing that, I have questions on the land.
Okay, it's.
You mentioned that there's a pipeline. And, sorry,
No, go ahead, Amy, come here real quick.
Some kind of, I can pull my husband and.
can you indicate where that
That's
is?
just in here because it's on the other,
That's the.
Affecting the property?
but it's not registering it, right?
I'm sorry,
No, it is, it's fine.
because I don't
It's
want
what
to
you-
get you wrong.
Okay, but this is the house.
Yeah.
You want to put another 90% of the house?
Yeah, well, this is a complete.
I'm at that AV
Because
meeting, and then I'm gonna take a picture of something, and I need you to tell me where that pipeline
Okay.
is that runs through.
Tell you exactly where it wants to.
Uh-huh.
I'll tell you, it's big one.
674.
Just parallel
Right.
to our shop,
Yeah,
and it is about,
from one side of the property to the other?
yes, so it's directly across the meat of the property.
840.
Okay,
And, it's about, probably 8 foot from the edge of our shop to the center of that pipeline.
yeah, okay,
And, has 75 foot right away.
okay, so how,
That's on the pipeline. There's another one at the front of the property that is about 10 to 15 foot inside the edge of the ditch line.
yeah,
And it runs parallel with the roadway.
Okay.
It's got, I believe, a 25 foot right away.
okay. So I'm sorry, I wasn't listening close enough, the one in back of your shop, it's, how wide is the right of way, 50 feet?
75.
Okay, and the one in the front, you think is 50 feet right away? And, okay, and now just for, as an aside, you have a pond in the back. Do you have any idea how much acreage that takes up?
Yeah, I believe, somebody measured it off like Google Maps or something. I want to say it
Hey,
came out
hold on
to-
a second, I need to get back. He's gonna tell you.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the name?
This is Matt.
Okay, Matt, we have an administrative. Yeah, no, okay, all right.
That's
Okay,
really all we needed. was-
yeah, I think that's the limit of what we can do.
I
And
can
if,
answer the rest.
and if we need, we'll just get you to call and you can talk to them, okay?
Yes, okay.
And I apologize, we brought in her husband on the phone, and
Have you signed the affidavit?
he hasn't. Oh, so, anyway,
Okay, that's it.
Yeah,
We got to go.
there's an adjustment on the land for
is there? Okay, I didn't see that, and, okay, fine.
20%.
So I remember that being an adjustment last year, and I knew that there was a line, but I wasn't sure in reference
And
to.
does there need to be, any note of it, and is it even correct to put in an adjustment for the easements for those pipelines?
Maybe,
Really? Good.
I think that these things are, the values out there are all lots of very uniform, they could still be.
Yes, right.
You know, it's,
My pen, not wanting to write.
Oh, yeah.
It's true.
Eamon, do you want me to look at something?
20% of the value of the whole land taken out.
Yeah.
So, and I know the lake is not 20% of our. So, I don't know if the intention is for both of those things.
Okay, yeah, I would. 20% of the total, I think is, yeah, fine, based on what I can see on the palm trees and the picture and stuff, so I suspect the land element is probably okay the way it is, plus it hasn't changed either.
And the improvement value change for completeness takes 57,620 out.
57,
620.
620 gets removed. Okay,
This is what it looks like. You go to.
Oh, no, it's fine. We're not
In
gonna.
50, we're talking about the land.
No,
well, the land I think is gonna stay at 31,800.
Okay.
And the rationale behind that is it hasn't changed. It was like that, I think it's even the same, it's consistent with the other properties,
Okay.
at least from the land.
And this is what it was last year.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so, and the adjustments that the recalculation Jackie did was
For the completeness of the house. So what are we doing with the?
that building, right? Okay, so, and that's 57 before neighborhood adjustment or 57?
That's the delta. Of changing the percent.
So let's say if my house was complete, and we weren't taking this incompletion into account.
Right.
So,
So what this is in principle saying is that you should be able to finish your house by paying someone to do it at $60,000.
okay,
That's pretty much.
but then we still have the issue by which economy of scale with the size of the house, ours is put at 190. And so even if we brought that down, let's just for argument's sake, say, let's bring that down to 180, when every other similar, which Doug Fold again, very similar to ours. They're at $103 square feet, and then the neighbor next to, it's all masonry, stone, built, the whole, it's built the same way, and 164.
Yeah, it'd be hard to do exactly to a price per square foot. There's too many things to account for.
In my
I'll just
really-
tell you when we class the house, it gets a set price per square foot. And everybody who's the same class as your house is gonna have the same base price. And then it does scale down as the square footage gets bigger. here. It scales down. There is a 10% negative adjustment on yours, because it is bigger and nicer than the stuff in the neighborhood. I don't know how you're getting the price per square foot, like what you're dividing by what, because there's a lot of different numbers that you could be using to do that. The only way that I would do that would be to make the changes to that are like material changes to the property as far as like that, the completeness, that kind of thing, and then have our system do it. There's a lot. There's a lot.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to propose. Land element stays the same, the house, just the living structure goes down to 739. The way I arrived at that was taking the current appraised value, applying the neighborhood adjustment, removing the 57,620 due to the functional completeness, and that got me to 739 for the house.
But we're currently at 731.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, where you say 731?
yeah, 739, it should,
So,
I'm sorry, Jackie. She's better with the numbers than I am.
oh,
okay, here, this is what your improvements
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, was to get a new improvement value that didn't
would
include.
be this.
Okay,
That's with the
670
adjustment.
Okay, so 674. 674, 255,
260.
260
Mhm.
plus 65K for the outbuilding.
okay, I see what you were,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, and that gets me to, somebody can do that math.
So 65. Plus 64.
Yeah, it's still 739. That's what I came up with. That's what I came up with. Yeah, okay. 739 for all the improvements.
Okay, let me take this. Hold on.
And right now your improvement, you said 7. And 739 includes the outbuilding.
Right, yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right.
Right.
So that's going to be my,
The total then is 770.
739.
Oh, then everything.
Okay,
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. It didn't include land.
What is it?
It was just the improvement, both of the house and the warehouse. Yeah.
Okay.
Plus 31.8 for the land.
But it's 770.
4, 2, 6, 0. Plus in the land. 3, 1, 0, 0.
Are you
7.
trying to leave or?
No, I figured y'all were finishing up.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is complicated.
What if,
okay, I'm just gonna push a value, I'm not gonna change anything.
Yeah,
So you want 770, 800.
yeah, totally.
70? All right.
And I think you made note of all of the various
Yes,
pieces that we
Yes.
talked through. Okay.
I did. I mean,
Okay, so that will be my determination, and then that recommendation will be taken to the full ARB tomorrow, or, in the coming days. The full ARB has to vote on the whole thing, so we'll take it from there. And by the way, let me give this to you as well. The single member panel hearing format is new this year. We don't know, I put together a little set of questions. If you wanted to fill that out, it would help us, because we're trying to get our arms around why people are choosing this format. It is different, and it does, I won't say it's worse or bad, but it's at the same time, it is different than our regular hearings.
Right,
So,
yes.
and we're just trying to figure out why people.
I like it better.
Okay,
That didn't mean much. Did you go to St. Mary's?
no, that's you too.
Oh,
A long time ago.
a long time ago.
Yeah. Okay,
All
Susan, thank you.
right, thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Is he still there?
Oh.
Okay. And I'll try and keep better on management. Because it really got out of control.
And no phone calls,
Sorry?
no phone calls.
Yeah.
Without being sworn in.
And, yeah, keep us honest, but I was, yeah, you're right. And that was partly my fault, that I was asking. Okay.
We're on 16895 is the account number. 839.
Is that it for in person right here?
Yes, for the 130.
Yep.
So, in fact, that's it for the 130.
Yeah.
And it's on the top of page 8.
So we're ready anytime you'd like
All
to.
right, bring your one in.
8:39, okay. I hate complicated ones like that. Just,
You're, you know,
Right.
Okay, excuse me. Let me get my, okay, great. Get my act together here. Okay, and you are Stephen, okay. Stephen, I have a whole bunch of administrative stuff to go through to kick things off. And then we'll get into the details of your hearing. Okay. So we're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-389, account number 16895. Which is 147 Ridge Harbor. Okay. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And I verified that what is under protest is Q1, Q2, which is incorrect market value and the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal of the equity value. Right. I represent the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. The ARB does not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey can be completed using that survey form. There's a number of ways you can return it if you like. There's also, you can take it online. All the information about how to return it, if you so choose to complete it, is there at the top of the form. It is entirely voluntary that you do it. They use it for you. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the determination package that will be mailed to you after this hearing. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time, and I believe that we now have all your evidence between the picture that you took. You also held up a copy, I assume it was copies of the evidence that the district has provided you? Yes. Okay, because I just want to make sure we understand that all the evidence that you may want us to consider is need to be provided ahead of time. Are we okay? All right. I think so. Okay, good. The ARB member who's considering the protest, which is me, has not communicated with anyone about the protest and is signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so you'll be asked to swear in at this time.
Read that aloud and then insert their name.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And state your name, please.
Even Friesenhoff.
I am a member who solemnly swear from the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Stephen, I need to ask whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing Certification. Okay, it's fine. There on the left hand is a chart. It's also on the wall, but those are the hearing procedure times, and it's how we're going to run the hearing today. It can take one or two forms. Either you can decide to present first, or the district can present first. You both have equal amounts of time, same amount of time, and you get to make the choice.
I'll go ahead.
Okay, great. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, so this is account 16895, single family residential on Ridge Harbor, Coconut Ridge. Last year it was noticed, or by right at 386.60. This year it was noticed at 447.410. Yeah, so I think that was a result of a neighborhood adjustment. This is a fairly newer house, but it wasn't completed, so it's got a neighborhood adjustment going in there. Yeah. Okay, you can see the property, it's a pretty consistent road there on Ridge Harbor. The neighborhood adjustment was a result of sales, so these are other sales on this area, Donna Lane, Coconut Ridge Road, Linda Lane, Coconut Ridge Road. The median value when adjusted to deal with the subject is 482,941. There's not really big adjustments. These are pretty similar homes. Some of them are not actually newer buildings. One of them is not. The rest of them are built after the hurricane. So we're a good little clip below that. The equity value is 457,292. So the 5FB plus and Ridge Harbor Drive. There's a lot of 5FB pluses in Ridge Harbor Drive that were built in 2018. That's where it came from. The reason the value went up year over year is because of increased sales. The sales just, people are paying more, the neighborhood value goes up. Nothing was done to this property saying it was better than it was. General appreciation. And there's a sales ratio report that follows for this area. And it looks like we're about 5% low. But anyways, that's it. Pretty straightforward, just like I said, 5FB plus house. Ridge Harbor Drive. That's all.
Okay, Stephen, you have 2 minutes to question Eamon from the district and 5 minutes for your presentation to discuss, present anything you want. So I'm going to give you a total of 7 minutes to start.
Okay. Just going with what you said on the 457,292 on there. On the one that's directly to the right of that one, Harbor Drive. Why, when you go to, it says PC, that's what I always forget what on mine it's 760 is there, and then when you compare it to a 374,
right?
Well, that's 17,050. Where does that come from?
So it's a little bit complicated. In principle, what you're doing is you're making their porch the same size as your porch and accounting for the difference. So in all of these things, what you're trying to do is make each comparable the same as yours.
Okay.
And then applying that, since this is just an equity grid, to our appraised value. And then we're going to find out if we appraised your property like their property, what would it be? The purpose of an equity grid is to find out if we're doing anything funny to the property. We're, charging up the values on something that doesn't, the rest of the people in your neighborhood have. Are we just going around goosing your property for no reason? And the thing is, we're not. These are all on a schedule. There are 5 FB plus, the home's drawn, described, that's a porch, 8 feet wide, whatever. And then there's a schedule of values for all those things.
Okay, so I'm taking 760 minus the 374 that the other house has. It's times your 25, 24,
Right.
that you say it's worth, doesn't come out to that
Correct.
number. So where am I missing something?
So it's not a one for one thing. There's, the values are created in a matrix of dollars per square foot. So there are, there's a tables, there's many tens of thousands of them in our database that are saying for each property type. And there are, property characteristics like porches or main area or attic space or whatever. And then within that, there are subsections of, is it 500 square feet to 700 square feet? Is it 700 to 900 square feet? And all of those things generate a different dollars per square foot. It's an enormous amount.
So it's something I really couldn't check or anything. I mean, now.
It would be so onerous for you to figure that out.
Okay.
In general, the principle of how it's done is looked at when every other year when we get our MAC review, they check to make sure that like our cost schedules aren't fabricated or anything like that. They're Marshall Swift cost schedules.
Yeah.
And they're.
Okay, but I was trying to figure it out using that.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not.
You can't. There's a lot going on behind the scenes in the adjustments. It's not gonna be done.
Okay, when I received this from y'all, the name roll, with the picture of the house on it and everything.
Yes.
Okay, I noticed that the values were not correct. On the areas, the main area was correct. I think I'll give you on that. And the covered porch is only 208, not 760. And carport under is 1,048, not 1,092. And the storage underneath is 304 rather than 364. And I took the picture of the plans, and that was, took the picture of that have these numbers on there.
Right. What is walkway?
Walkway, evidently you put that, y'all put that into the covered porch. It's not a covered porch. You look at the photo, it's a walkway all the way around the house.
Yeah.
But it's not covered. It's just an overhang in there. So it's
That's what we would call a cover.
that's not covered porch.
Well, agree to disagree. That's how it's.
The house next to me, where it comes out all the way over that walkway around it, I can see that to be a covered porch, but this does not.
That is a level of granularity in describing the porch that we would just not do.
Right.
We're doing it. It's not wrong to call, there's nothing else in our system to call it, but you can see, it's not an open deck. It's not an open deck, so it's not a glass porch.
The walkway.
There's no walkway.
I shouldn't tax it,
That's not how it works. It exists, so it needs to be.
but it doesn't exist. Saying it. It's not a
It
covered
does.
porch. It's not. The front of the porch is up in the front there. That's covered. That's a porch. When you
Like I said,
that's not an answer, but whatever. And it says 3 bedrooms on there. I only have 2 bedrooms. Does that make a difference? Or not?
no, just air conditioned space, you do exterior dimensions and stuff, so. I can't see the drawing on, it's not on the property card. Do you?
The reason why when you do
Sorry?
some of these evidence packets, it doesn't show on the property card.
That's really annoying. Can you pull it up in fact?
I can, hold on. That's what I was just about to do.
Okay, good. So this is, let's see. This is 4 feet wide back over here, pretty much all the way around the house, 8 feet in the back. And 34. So how?
Yeah, I'll go to see where that should be.
56 and 56. Why is the downstairs 2 feet wider than the upstairs? It's the same length. Jackie, could you measure it on the real quick? Just the whole. Just have, no, go to the other side. You've got the stairs on it. Yeah, just from like that post to that post, you know, the whole. And go back,
To the property card?
yeah. Actually, really quick, before you do that, can you measure this little concrete thing from the post to the post? Yeah. Okay, go back to the.
26.
26.
That's right. And
Right, okay,
Yeah.
okay, so that's what it is, that is the. So this is, I don't see anything. That's not sized correctly, I mean, everything looks like it's made right. But whether or not you call it you like that it's labeled PC or not, I mean, it exists, so you have to measure it. This house doesn't appear to be drawn incorrectly. If we go out there and remeasure it, we're just gonna get the same thing.
I'm just saying it's not a covered porch. That's all I'm saying.
The rate, would the rate be different? In any way that it would?
No, it's a road by any other name.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It exists, it's something.
Yeah, it's not a covered porch. It doesn't have a roof over it, so. You're not right on that, but I'll just let it go. And the storage underneath is 304, not 364. By what I gave you on the drawing.
Okay, so is the question we would ask is this thing down here, exterior walls that are 28 by 13? Does this have,
Whatever I gave you as far as the drawing off my blueprints, that's what it is.
right? So
304.
it's, let's see, let's go back to picture. Can we see it?
well, I can see the back of it. Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, okay. Just measure this wall. And then, can you do this side? Maybe you can.
I can see, you can see the back. If you touch it.
Oh,
Here.
oh, okay. It's really light color. Concrete. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's good. Right, what do we have on the card? That's 22 by 13.
13 by 28.
28. Okay, there we go. Looks like it's about 6 feet shorter here than. So, 78 square feet less.
So 264 is that we're looking at?
It could be 286.
Just for comparison. Look at, and whose evidence is picture.
His says 304.
Says 304.
Uh, 286, yeah. And then, let's see. Storage under $11,000. One second. So that makes, it says 43, 42 different. basically $4,500 is the difference in value. And then,
You're doing 23.
yeah, I was trying to get the dollar. It makes about 45.
$190 square feet, I guess. But you want me to change this square feet?
After the neighborhood adjustment.
Change this square feet?
Just put a note in there to remeasure this. We'll do it. when it's not-
Carport under the lot.
Okay, let's see. Well, we just measured that. We're only going under the house, so all the driveway stuff, we're not picking up. But it's the slab, basically. It's for everything from here to there, all the way around.
I got 1,048 on my drawing.
Okay.
1,092 on your.
1,048 and 1,092.
On the far is 30,000.
That's going. That's the margin error, 44. Our measurements are, anything like if the home is, our attorney has advised that anything within 250 square feet is, that's what you're working with as far as, if you add inches. What is 44 square feet value wise?
$500-600, and then where did that 175 come from? That's what you just do to everybody that lives out there?
Yes, the whole neighborhood gets adjusted based on market activity, just stuff that's
That just popped out of the air. Where did that come from?
sales.
It came out to one.
Well, it's sales, but it also baked into that is gonna be increased cost of materials. That's also gonna be in there, so. Yeah, that's part of how mass appraisal is done. In principle, if you have a whole neighborhood and everybody's home is exactly $500,000, and then 3 of them sell, and they sell for $550,000. The whole neighborhood needs a 10% adjustment up. The only thing that was done was robotics mass appraisal level. So yeah, that's where it comes from.
Well, then I'd like to have the 44 square feet that the difference is.
Sure. Okay, that's $454 before neighborhood adjustment. $112. Okay, I didn't write down the previous adjustment.
For the storage,
Yeah,
it was 4,500.
okay, so taking 4,500 and another 600. Well,
Okay.
it's 5,110. Okay, so we'll come off of the improvement of the total from 447, 410 less 5112. Four, 4,290, so 4,490. All right. 40.
You said 44290. Do you mean 090? 920.
Yeah, right. 442. Yeah. 442. Yeah, I left a 2 out. 290, 442, 290. That sound right, Jackie?
Yep. Just making sure.
Yes. Okay, do you have any other questions about all of the calculations they do and how they do them?
No, just a disagreement on the covered porch, you know, I just don't see that.
Well, they're, okay, so,
You know, a porch, you think of a porch with something over you sit out there. I can't sit on that walkway. There's nothing over it. So I don't see how can that be a covered porch. You didn't want to go with it, so.
the walkways on the, and there's a walkway on the side and a walkway on both sides.
All the way around, yes, sir.
Well, not all the way around, because that front,
The front is the porch. The left-hand side is the porch. You know, backside, the right-hand side, it's another walkway all the way around. So that's why, you know, this house next to me, you see it? See how its walkway is covered with the roof.
yes, I see.
Yeah, see, that's the difference.
Yeah, I don't have anything to say about how they
Yeah,
account for those things.
yeah.
Okay, so, the determination, the new determined value is 442,298. Accounting for, aside from the discussion about your porch or your walkway, accounting for the differences in the under storage under and the total square footage dimensions of the house.
Yes.
So that determination will be taken to the full ARB to be voted on. And if it's any different, well, you will receive a determination package or notice for another hearing.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
I might ask, and you can tell me to go down solve, but these single member panel hearings are new this year. We normally have a full ARB hearing, and we're just trying to understand why people may have chosen to use the single member panel format. You kind of indicated when we were chatting out there that you evidently been through this process before in other counties.
Yes, sir.
And I have just a couple of questions if you were so inclined to fill that out and leave it at the desk or not.
Okay.
We're just trying to understand why people are choosing this format.
Yeah.
Because a lot more people chose it than what we had expected. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Nope. That's ours. Yeah, thank you.
Thing usually I leave stuff late. No,
I don't think so. Which refrigerator is this stuff in?
I don't know, but you find some.
Okay. I'll let you know.
I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you about the single member today with the coffee. But you made the coffee. I'm sorry, I didn't think of it this morning. Could say. Yeah. They'll be
It'll
nice
still
and
be
strong. Hey, let's see it about. And I wanted to tell you, I moved the candy to the little drawers here next door.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, you don't know.
I don't need it.
That's why I moved down my phone. Every time I open that for my purse,
You're
there's
like,
all wet
oh.
and the smell would come up. I,
So I see somebody else out in the lobby too, is that the 1:30 or 3?
We're to the 3 o'clock. He said he was gonna get in. I talked to him on the phone just.
Okay, if I see him,
Yeah,
there's somebody gonna be on a phone.
it's, yeah, on Zoom.
Not
Three,
yet.
or do we still have stuff on 30?
No, we're done.
We're on the 3 o'clock.
Oh, and the Zoom one is 3?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So
Yeah,
Are we-
it's 1963.
Wait, but we're doing the one outside, right now?
No, we're supposed to be doing this Zoom.
He's not in there.
Getting in. Find in.
Can we start, or do you have to delay for 6 minutes? Or just stall for 6 minutes, or can we start?
I talked to him on the phone. He said, I'm getting into it.
Okay, well,
No, I'm saying like, when we have a 3 o'clock docket and we start at 2:58.
Oh, yeah, sure, we
Oh,
can start early.
what's the number?
It's 32797.
Thanks. That was a cheerful thanks, right?
Okay.
Bottom of page 12. Oh, yeah, new numbers.
Here.
I'm not there yet.
Is it one, or is it a blue count?
Just one. I'm aware of. It has more than one owner name on
Yeah. No, it's-
And this is the Zoom guy we're still waiting for.
it. I guess so.
Yeah, he's not there.
If you want, we can move on. Move on.
Maybe that's him calling.
Yes. Take him in.
Why? With down 68.
Oh, this is that.
Hold on.
Oh, lack of masterpiece.
But there's two. I'm worried that we're gonna end up talking about the wrong property, but we'll see what we can do.
What happened?
I'm just hoping that I thought they were both. Maybe I'm crazy.
This is 1963, case 1963.
Yeah, no, our. That's fine. Can you pull up 32791 real quick? And
That's that building next to it.
ARB inquiry. Wow.
Right, that's this building, isn't it?
No, that's this parcel. Yeah. Okay, whatever. It's fine.
You okay?
That okay, it's not up to me. It's under protest, what's under protest?
Oh, I get you. It's 7
Oh, wait, is this guy just gonna call in? You think, Jackie?
He's supposed to zoom in, but I know, he's not zooming in. Oh, come on, piece of crap. Hmm. What's on that one?
I hate to do this to you.
But
The last one,
what happened?
the determined value was at 442,290 or 280.
290 is what you
Okay,
said.
that's fine, that's what I wrote down.
Okay.
Now in my mind.
Is that what? Now make me check it. Let me be sure that that's what I put. It's David Craig, 442,290.
Okay, thanks.
The one for 522. I just want to make sure that's what I thought. Wait,
He's not there, I'm on the phone.
no, that's not him. Just call.
We don't have him coming.
Yeah, what's the deal with this?
Nobody knows. The T3 people don't know. Nobody knows. It's connected to the Wi-Fi. The people at our phone provider are seeing it and it's connecting to their thing. And they're sending out a little packet of data telling that, hey, be phone line 6785, and it just isn't doing it. And they're not sure why. One guy, the tech support guy, and I was waiting for something. I was like, well, we'll just let it sit. Maybe it'll finish this process. We're just not impatient. And I hear in the background, a YouTube video started playing. It's like, how to connect the Wi-Fi to your J-Link 536W. And he's looking up a tutorial on how to do it. And I was like, this is not a good sign.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
We're officially lost in the woods, you know?
And when you first hooked it up, you were telling me how easy it was.
Well, that's the thing. We just, I gave it to Colin and he said, we can get this set up. The turnaround time was just like 30 minutes, not even. I don't know what they did. That's why I was thinking, maybe they did something funny and how it's like assigned to the network or something. But I mean, it worked. They should.
I was thinking about it.
I can't be nothing.
The device itself, I wouldn't think is the problem. It's somewhere else because,
It's a software problem.
and it's connecting to a network. It's just not. It's like the phone lines. Okay, so
Yeah,
we're,
I'm gonna have to get with you on whatever's going on there. All right, this is Julio Nunez,
okay,
and I'm gonna press
We
call key.
Yeah, he's right there.
Can I look at his affidavit again? Images, TE. What's that number there? 5361.
361-510 9424.
Go back one.
hello, Julio. This is the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. Can you hear me okay?
Square feet.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. I guess we're gonna resort to using the telephone. That's fine, no problem. Julio, I have some administrative stuff to run through first. And then we'll get into the details of your hearing. So we are commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1963, account number 32797. Which is 502 West Market Street in Rockwood.
6 West Market and 410 West Market, they're all together. It's one big square that we own.
So the only protest that we have on file is for property ID 32797.
Okay, what I had put on my form was This, we don't, from Valley Street to. There's a lot, there's only one line on Good Street that we don't know, so, or east.
That's the affidavit, but what is?
I don't know why it just says by West Market, but because I did put all three of those.
We're checking, hang on.
It does say on the protest form, the 502 and the 410. And I'm not sure, can we just,
You know, what the site is for the, Jackie, remember the one we just looked at? You know, what the site is address is for that?
Hold on just a second. Oh my gosh. It was 32791, right? 32791. That's 410 West Market.
and we don't have a protest open on it?
We don't have a
No
protest at all. Just the protest for the other one that he wrote.
So can we just do this one and then schedule the next one for when he gets here or what?
That, or, yeah, or if we want to do them together, I don't know.
I don't have.
We don't have evidence.
Yeah, but I mean, in the future.
Yeah, we'd have to reschedule. It would probably be, my suggestion is to reschedule. To do them all.
Well,
Assuming that's. okay.
It's only two.
Well, it's only two
Okay.
on that protest form, the 410 and the.
So 32,791 and 32,797 are those the two?
Yes. Wait, let me look at. 502, 32791. Yeah. The other one was noted on the affidavit, but not the protest form.
Yeah, so basically what happened is you did protest both of them. On the form, it said 410 West Market was also protested, but we did not create a protest for you out of that. So nothing was scheduled for it. It was our mistake. So we have the one that's on the docket today, and that's, I don't mind doing it, but if we can also just reschedule it to do it with the other one. But the second one, we don't have, not only do I not have anything to present, that would be just my problem. It's not even on the docket. Like, we haven't given you notice of the hearing for it or anything. So, we just need to kind of go through those hoops for that one.
Together in one, like for it to just get passed with one
Oh.
together.
That's an issue for another day. So you're talking about merging the property IDs into one property. That is possible, but what we're dealing with right now is just getting your protest done. Which for this year is gonna be two properties.
No, three.
Okay.
There's the third one?
There is three, but he didn't protest the third one. He put it on his affidavit, not on the protest form. So the 32799 is also his.
13279.
And he noted that, oh no, it's not. Never mind. Hold on, let me, he doesn't own that. That was my mistake.
Yeah, it's just these two parts. Okay, Scott, you take it from here.
Okay, so Julio, what I'm going to suggest, and this is the appraisal review board speaking,
Yes.
is that we reschedule the protest hearings. They can set it up so that we do both properties at the same time. And you'll get a new notice of hearing, which should address both properties, as well as evidence from the appraisal district that would cover, for each of those two properties.
And would you still like to have a single member panel? Rather than, okay, that will limit it. We'll have one day later in the summer for that. So just to let you know,
Yeah, and I'm not trying to talk you out of the single member panel, but at the same time, is there, what's your thought behind why you'd like to use the single member panel format?
Or, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. I don't even, I mean, it doesn't matter. I just.
From a scheduling standpoint, it's easier if we do it with the regular full ARB. Okay,
Yeah, let's do it like that.
okay,
are you gonna need any kind of thing for him to? Okay. Okay, so again, just to reiterate, we're going to reschedule the hearing and you'll get a new reschedule and a hearing notice, and we'll cover both properties, both towns at the same time.
10-4, sounds good.
Thanks, Julio. Appreciate your bearing with us.
thank you.
sir. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Glad you caught that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
What'd you say?
I
She said, I'm ready for her.
couldn't read lips.
Oh, is there a person out there?
There is
There is
somebody
a
out there.
person, yeah. Okay, so this one is Kaka. It's been an interesting day.
Yeah.
The only high point was that when I called the lawyer, she answered the phone.
True. I was gonna say that was pretty quick response there.
Well, she actually wasn't in the office, and I called her mobile phone, so I don't know if she was on the road or what. But I don't recall Charlie having as many legal discussions as what I've had to go through since we started this year.
Well,
But that's okay. Yeah, behind you.
I mean, the first year after Harvey, it was kind of nonstop. Because everything was unexplored territory. But yeah, I think this year it feels like there's been a lot of surprisingly meaningful legislative changes.
Right.
Every year it's like, yeah, some little law changes.
Yeah, yeah.
All the right stuff
Right.
affecting like everything.
And at some point, and I don't know whether it will work out,
Now,
I'd like to talk to some, either my legislator or Onco.
Yeah.
Just to say, hey, look, this is what happened, what happened.
okay,
Okay, so
another, oh, okay.
that's the old swearing form, and that's crap, so.
Okay, this next one, I'm gonna have her sign in. It looks that she only signed in for one account, but it looks like she has 4 altogether. We have other people waiting, so I'm gonna bring her in for this one hearing, and I'll check with her and see if she wants me to combine that or 3. And is that okay then if we do that one a little later?
Later today?
Yeah.
It's fine with me,
Since she just signed in for the one that's all I've got right now.
Goodness. Give a break.
so this. Jackie, I thought you were supposed to be in charge of keeping all this stuff organized.
Oh, no. I just sit back here.
2629.
I just sit back here and play with the numbers. I did. I told you you were missing it too.
Yeah, and that works. You don't have no fingers.
You don't need a calculator.
Sorry?
I said, you don't need a calculator.
I have.
Oh, you have one.
But one should use it.
I thought you didn't have a calculator. That's why you were like, I can't do it. I just can't hit the final button until you say a number, so. Can I run to the bathroom real quick?
Sure. In fact, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette real quick while she's. We'll wait.
Yeah. Just for a little while, yeah, I think so.
And have a seat right in here. Okay. And I will. You might mean I put the bill at the end if I'm at the end of the table. Usually means the bill at the end.
Yeah, we're stuck with the bill.
One will be sent to you.
I think you already did.
Not yet.
Okay. All right, so I was speaking with Ms. Fee because I had noticed on the forms, it looks like she was part of Fulshire, which she said is. And yes, and she had said she called in earlier today and someone told her that she was not scheduled for anything but this property we're about to hear. Whoever took the call did not realize Fulshire was also Ms. Fee. So I suggested maybe an affidavit so that it can be heard today since it's the day of and we don't issue a reschedule on the same day. You're gonna, they had given you the proper information, still put that to the schedule. Is that what the ARB would recommend?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so right now we're going to do case 1904, account number 26229. And Ms. Fee, I'll get with you after the hearing. and
Yeah, we'll figure out
say
what that means. I don't know what that means. So.
2629, right?
Yes.
What's the account number you have?
Oh, it is 26229.
Okay, I thought I heard 16229. Okay. You're Maria, is it okay if I call you Maria?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I have some administrative stuff to run through, and then we'll get into the specifics of this hearing. So we're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-1904, account number 26229, which is 1607 Sorensen Drive in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And let's verify exactly what's that. Give me 1 second to check. Okay, you have incorrect appraised market value and unequal comparative property that's equity, and that's fine. You also checked other homestead exemption to be applied recently for the last 2 years as well, and that's an administrative thing that they'll take care of. And there may be some retroactive.
Okay,
They said they would send something to me in terms of this, not a discount.
To apply it to previous years?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they can do, I'm pretty sure, they can apply it to the last 2 years. And just we'll double check on the way out to make sure that that gets dealt with correctly. Okay, so we won't be dealing with that particular aspect of your protest and the other, not something that the ARB would be dealing with. All right, I represent the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. The ARB does not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. So at the end of the hearing, you may fill out a survey form, which Val is scurrying around again. The survey can be completed using that form, which is available here, or there will be one in the determination package you receive, or if you're so inclined, you can take it online. All the information about how to return it is included at the top of that form. The survey is completely voluntary, although we always appreciate any feedback that you have, one way or the other. You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the determination package that will be mailed to you after this hearing. So in accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. And I see we do have what looks like a good amount of evidence. Say a good amount, 7 megabytes worth. Yeah, pictures.
It's mostly your stuff coming back to you.
Okay, well, the ARB member who is considering the protest, which is me, has not communicated with anybody about this protest and is signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagger, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. You will also, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so you'll be asked to swear in at this time.
If you will read the sentence aloud and state your name.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
State your name, please.
Maria Fu.
And I, Aaron Work, do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for this county appraisal district is true.
Thank you.
Okay, Maria, I need to ask if you hold a license and certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board. Okay, fine. That's kind of everybody.
Okay.
All right, there on the left side is the hearing procedure times. I don't know if you've been through this before. Okay. This is how we're going to be running the hearing. And it can take one of two forms. One is if you decide that you would like to present first, or if you would like the district to present first. You both get equal amounts of time in either case, but you get to decide which you would like to how you'd like to proceed. You present first or the district.
And I can go first if you want.
It's your choice. Okay. So I will give you 5 minutes to start your presentation.
You want pictures first, or you want this first?
You can show the pictures.
Okay.
This is the property, 2 houses down, 1603. Next picture, please. This is the property right next door to my house, 1605. This is my house. That's not a pretty house, but it's obsolescence maybe. And the next picture, please, is my neighbor's house directly to my left as I face Sorensen. Those are not listed as comparables. However, I find that they are comparables. They're equal age, maybe different sizes. But what I was basically doing is I was looking at square footage, taking into account the growth of speed at which taxes were going up. During COVID, obviously it went from 188 to 344. And then now we're looking at that as a baseline for what is appraised at a much larger number than any of my neighbors. So I don't know why it jumped up, but I don't think it's representative of my house. It's a bungalow house. All the neighbors that are directly beside me
are bungalows. Not been updated in, gosh, over a decade for sure. My house consists of windows that were the original windows of its time when it was built. There's no new plumbing, no new insulation. AC is very old. Just had them out again yesterday, in fact, to service the AC, which is, they say, will go out soon. So no recent updates, except I did remove a patio cover from my backyard, which I know is still being charged on the tax rolls. My home is newly homesteaded, so that is a change as of recent as well. All the homes in my neighborhood directly related or nearby my home are running, if you go to the next page, please. Are running in the space of, let's see that one. Is running in the area of 124 to 101, and then mine is an outlier at 152 per square foot. Doesn't seem to be representative of the fact that we're all single-story bungalows. We still are not close to the bay like some of the no problem. Like some of the comps that were shown. But some of the comps are 2 stories looking out to the bay. They have unrestricted views. They don't seem to be representative, in my opinion, of some of the comparables that I'm showing here. It is single story. It's blocked by houses that are in front of my home. While they may be smaller homes, I'm looking basically at the price per square foot on properties that have not been updated. And like I said, I don't know what happened in 2020, but there was a jump of over $156,000 in 1 year. I'm likely to think that that is a typo. But I'm living with it now and trying to get it back in line with properties. Again, mine has not been updated, and it's still the exact same house it's been for over a decade. Next picture, please. Oh, okay, then we can stop there. Those are my summary slides. I did look at the other comps. Some of them I don't believe are representative because they are closer to the water. They are 2-story. They have views of the bay. Other ones are not representative, in my opinion, because they are on highway. And of course, I think the property on the highway may have a different value because of its location on a commercial right of way. And I think that's everything I needed to say.
Okay, good timing. So Amy, you have 2 minutes. Sure. And then 5.
So as far as I can tell from looking at the background on this, like the years prior, there's a note in here in our account that said that the property was updated because of a listing. Was it listed at some point in the last 4 years?
It was listed, yes.
Okay.
But it was not updated for that list.
No, I mean, our property description was updated based, we have X-ray vision, can't see inside homes. And people are often saying like, somebody would sell the house, it's much nicer than my house, it was updated, mine was never updated. You can't know because you've never been in the house. And one of the things that happens is a point of discovery of information for us is when things are listed. So the floor of the home. And then it's like, oh, this is what the property is like. The effective age before that was the original year it was built, which was 1968. And it was updated in 1993. So what that means is this should be, you should have the air conditioner room. You should have the flooring clean. Everything should be completely the same in there for the last 30 years. And the reality is your neighbors probably are about the same. Probably are. Nobody has the air conditioner from 1970. Not really. It's gone. Nobody has the roof from 1970. But the we're doing the mass appraisal of the whole county. And one of the things that happens is when things get listed, that's when we can know, okay, this is what this condition of this property is. I would guess, Becky, can we look at 26230, why not? And the one to the other side, we said, make it foreclosed, I don't know what. But that's a weird one, but I think this illustrates kind of the reappraisal principle pretty good.
1968 to 78.
Okay, so you did the effective age is 78?
Right.
Okay, so yeah, that's what it is. It's this thing, is it really an effective age 1978 if we were doing it? I would guess. That's like, I can't prove that. That's speculation. But I would assume it probably is. So that's what happened. It wasn't a typo. It was that whenever things get listed, we have to make it, we have to adjust based on the information provided in the list. They say, hey, there's a, look, there were, we look at it and say, hey, that's not the original kitchen from 1945 or whatever. So that's what happened. Personally, I don't think there should be a habitable building in Aransas County that's older than 1990. But that's a sort of theoretical issue. But that's what you're gonna. And if your neighbor lives there, or some other point, you have something where you look at it, we have information about it, they'll get updated, but by and large, if someone moves into a house and just lives there and never moves and never does anything, and you drive by and it looks the same every year, nothing happens to it. It just, so. And that's kind of what happened to your house this year. So nothing happened, nothing happened. Last year, the value was 354,950. This year it was 352,920. It depreciated by 1% on the building. That's what happens. There was no change in the neighborhood or anything this year. The sales grid shows other properties on Cochran, Sorensen. Median value adjusted to be like the subject is 356,196. Right on top of what these things are selling for, so that's what we've been doing. It's doing what we would expect it to do. The equity value, however, is showing 324,774. So it's a negative adjustment of $25,000, 20 more around. And if you look at the sales ratio report that followed for Little Bay Shores, that's kind of our guiding North Star there. We're 3% low, actually. It's neighborhood for sales, pretty consistent. Yeah, so that's what happened. The truth is, your neighbors need their well, that's what's true. Because the odds that the people living next to you are living in rotten 40-year-old conditions that have been through sort of 2.5 hurricanes. But that's why your equity value is total value. That's
Anything else?
No, I would just point out that any consolation, we have to do that stuff really good. We do it when stuff is listed and not after it sells, because for some weird reason, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to react to, like, if you have a property that sells and then you say, hey, this sold, I'm gonna change the property so that it gets to what the sale price was. It's called sales cheat. So, which I think is, but we have to just monitor this and that ends up happening. Your neighbors listed there, they don't get bumped. Or, I mean, it's not just a listing, but there you go, that's it.
Okay, we got 4 minutes to cross-examine and do any other questioning to anyone.
Well, in light of what you've said, I don't know that I have much to respond to. It sounds like you guys are going off pictures of my house based on when I listed it. It didn't sell. I didn't sell for anywhere near that price. So, to me, it's still not worth that value, even if it's improved. My AC is 13 years old, so while it may not still be, you know, 1964 or whatever it is, it's still old, it's still depreciating in value. The patio cover is still on. And I do know my neighbors do not live in shelter houses, but they live in beautiful homes. So, I feel like I get penalized by putting pictures of my house on the internet, but,
You know, I wish it, you know, in a happy Disneyland version of the world, the answer would be not, but the information has to come first. And if people move it, like I said, if you move into a house and you lock your gate and no one's, nothing looks different, it sits there for a long time and the value just starts to erode away until we have some moment of, oh my God, it's just, it's just not first.
to a consumer who looks at just the numbers and doesn't know how all this works, you know, I was assuming it's like, gosh, it's like this person works for the county, this person works for the county, and this person works for the county. It makes me feel like, is there other factors as,
Well, this is not, we're not the county.
I don't mean county, they work for, well, so one works for the airport, one works for the school districts. I'm just saying they're associated with governments. To me, that's associated with government.
Yeah, that's,
To a
that's,
consumer looking on, it feels
Right.
like a bit of a rub, so.
yeah, well, this office is actually state level government. So we're, a lot of districts have taken over the county.
Yeah, and I mean, no disrespect, I just.
No, I get it.
That's just how it feels like,
Yeah,
to a layman like myself, so,
Makes sense.
yeah.
Anything else? Okay, Hammond, you've got 2 minutes.
No, I forgot, there's something in this name I forgot, so I guess it wasn't that important.
Okay. So I'll give you a minute.
Oh, that's what it was, were you listing this for less than 354?
No, I was trying to get more,
Oh, okay.
and they couldn't even
Right.
trying, but, so like I said, I do know that there's patio covers and things that have been removed and other things,
Oh,
so.
that's what it was, say, normally, the way it's supposed to work, because you're in the city, is, permitting. That's how this is supposed to get solved, is that when people update stuff, they have to get a permit. But it doesn't work, because the city and the county are not good, we're not good in the past about ever getting us permits for anything. And now they actually changed the law so that you're not allowed to put how much money a permit is for in the permit. So if you're gonna say, I'm gonna remodel my kitchen, you used to say, well, how much you need $15,000, $80,000? And now it's a secret. So it's even more unhelpful. But yeah.
What was the 324,774 you mentioned? It was like a negative 25.
Yeah, that's an equity value. So there's a provision in the law saying that if you take your property and then don't look at sales, but look at how we appraise other stuff, and then look at the median of that result. If our notice value is higher, it needs to be adjusted down. So it pulls your value down for exactly all the reasons we've been talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hammond, do you have anything else? Okay, let me ask a question. If there hadn't been a listing and the property had a 1968, a weird.
Yeah, or 1980,
Yeah.
whatever it was before. Yeah.
Yeah, at some point you would have gone through and increased the effective
Yeah.
age.
We do a layer in our map now every year that says anything that's older than, say, 1985. Look at it and go, come on, really? And if people are living in it and it's like enclosed and air conditioned, it's probably not. So yeah, there's a limit to how far it goes,
So what would you, I mean, would there be a date that you would have assigned just from it sitting there and to catch up beyond 1968?
Well, that's what I was saying before. It's like completely, it's like a theoretical thing. I don't think anything that has an effective age older than 30 years ago would be.
Yeah.
I don't think so. We live on the coast, 30-year-old home with no maintenance done to it, that thing's got holes in it.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so, I mean, so consequently, you know, even if we had, it would have caught up at some point in time. Okay, from 68 to something. And the question would have been, what's the something? 30 years is right around 1993, right?
Yeah.
So, you know,
it's the sort of unfairness of the neighbors is the issue. But since we're doing the whole neighborhood, there's some new homes in the neighborhood. And we're not doing 30,000 individual appraisals, we have to appraise the whole thing. So when we adjust the neighborhood, we have a knob that we turn. If we got your neighbors all the way up to market value by turning one knob, other people would be, all of a sudden, would have, you know, $2.5 million homes. I mean, it's like, so it's a difficult thing.
yeah.
So that's what this is.
Okay, and the fact that there is no covered porch per se anymore, it's just concrete, right?
That's all we have it on there for.
Sorry?
No, there is a-
There is a PC on it.
But is this the concrete right here that you're talking about?
No, it's the one that's, right below it,
This?
yes.
Yeah, so, and since the concrete rate is so low, what I'm going to propose in my scientific calculations to take 7,125 off to just accommodate the lack of the covering. Okay, so, and just to be clear too, you asked the question about equity. In the grids and the data that was provided from the district, there's the market data analysis, which is sales, and then the equity analysis, those grids. Jackie, maybe you told them, she's got it there. The equity analysis, looking at similar properties, probably in a closer area, based on type, quality of home, and try and choose things that are similar in size and that type of stuff. And that's where they got to that 324,774 number, which was less than the noticed value of something. Was noticed at, there we go. Yeah, 352. So consequently, the current value I'm going to come up with is 317,640. And the way this works is if you're in a single member panel format, I take this recommendation to the full ARB, they'll vote on it, and we'll take it from there. Okay?
And you'll get your exemption this year, so that's gonna be big.
Yeah, that's
$40,000 off your.
So are you're living here now? Okay. Do you may want to check, because the mailing address that I'm showing is Houston. Is that your old address?
That's my old address, it's my
Okay.
old address.
And it is still your mailing address?
It's in the process of being switched over. You know, you have those things for so many years, you can't just shut it down, and so.
Yeah.
But I've been updating it all along.
Sorry, I was just saying that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, the main reason I raise that is because there's gonna be the determination package is gonna get mailed. They're gonna send it to this address
Okay.
unless you,
Should I tell them at the front desk?
I would do that, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So that way you'll get it.
Okay.
What are we doing with the other ones?
Thank you.
She's gonna go to the front desk.
I don't know what that is. I don't know the thing is, but I stopped working on the people earlier today, just because I thought it was off the table, so.
Okay, I'm not sure what you got. I don't know about.
Thanks for coming in.
The field is stopped at the first window where Barbara is. I gave her the affidavit. Okay, next one is, or I'll let you finish.
Yeah, that's the downside of these. Okay. Is it just one?
Yeah. On the top of page 9.
No.
It is
10. Sorry.
page 9.
Yeah, you're 88.
0 is the case number. 26974 is the account number.
Okay, I'm already done. Oh.
And you can have a seat back.
Hello, Mark. Good, how are you?
This is Roland Garcia. He's the owner of David Properties. Yes, sir.
How are you? Good, how are you? We're involved after Harvey stuff a number of years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we'll go over on Pindale.
Oh, yeah, you look familiar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Things are going on.
I'm sorry, what's your name?
Scott Webb.
Oh, yes, all right. All right. It's been a while.
Yeah. You, I would say you look just like you did before.
Oh, good.
Okay, I have, some administrative stuff to go through to start with.
Okay.
And then we'll get into the details of your hearing. We're opening the case on, or opening a hearing on case ID 2022-880, account number 26974, which is 2104 South Police in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube. And let me just verify real quick what we have under protest. Okay, so you have 212, which is market and equity, and then
Oh.
other,
What's his
which is
name?
you say structure?
Right, yes, it's the valuation, why it's.
Okay.
why it's
Yeah.
increased.
Okay. Okay,
Maybe I open this.
all right, so that'll get covered
okay.
under our discussion related to market and equity values.
Okay.
All right. So I represent the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests. The ARB does not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protests. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience during this hearing. Survey may be completed using that survey form.
Okay.
You can complete it, leave it here. There's a number of ways you can return it if you so choose to fill it out, or you can even take it online. The survey is entirely voluntary, although we always appreciate any feedback on that.
Okay.
You also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included in the package, the determination package that will be mailed to you to document the final determination.
Okay.
In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material and evidence that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So I see we do have some pictures. So the question is, you have provided all the evidence that you might be relevant to today during the hearing, right?
Yes.
Excellent. All right, the ARB member who is hearing your protest or considering the protest has not communicated with anyone about the protest and is signing an affidavit to that effect. Well, I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I've not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. And so sign that. All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so you'll be asked to swear in at this point in time.
So I read that aloud and state your name.
Okay, I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. My name is Roland Garcia.
I am Burke, solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, so we have all the roles straight. I'm representing the ARB and Stephen Burke is representing the labor. Okay. I need to ask whether you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraiser Licensing and Certification Board. Okay, great. On the left side, there is a chart, which is the hearing procedure times, also on the wall there. And that's how we're going to run the hearing today. It takes two forms. One is if you decide you want to present first, or if you would like the district to present first. You both get equal amounts of time, irregardless of which way you choose. You get to make the choice.
Okay. You can present first, that's fine.
Okay, so this is 26974. It is a vacant lot in the area that we're now calling Manning Cove South. It is near-ish to Cove Harbor. It's in the Manning subdivision. It was noticed certified last year at $20,000. This year it was noticed at $23,270. But it was noticed at $23,270.
It's not what I know.
I know it says 21 on the little thing.
So.
Hold on, let me look. Let me get in further. Let me see what it was. Hold on.
But it was noticed at 23,270. Still hasn't noticed. And we have a note on here saying that it was purchased in 2017 with deed of trust consideration of $41,250. Was there a building on here or something in 2017, or was there like?
I honestly don't recall what we paid for it. I believe we paid 20 some odd for it.
Okay, but was there like?
No, it's not, it was actually nothing on before. There was a couple of, I guess, dilapidated trailers and a boat and things like that. We had to dispose of.
Right, this is right after the storm, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the
This is all confusing.
I don't know why this thing says 21. Jackie, does it currently show 21? Is it like a distributed value or something?
Yes, 21 even. Let me look and see. Hold on. Let me go to letters.
You're a salesperson.
It looks like Eamon, you printed a settlement. 6/21. 11/30. No, yesterday. You did.
Yesterday.
Informal meeting sent email with settlement for 21,000 EV 6/21/22.
You know what I'm thinking?
Did I talk to
Maybe,
you about this yesterday?
no, what I'm thinking it may be, because it was supposed to be a phone meeting, I guess, or hearing, and I showed up today, and so they allowed me to go ahead and present anyway.
No.
So I don't know if that's any cause any confusion there.
No. It showed, It shows on the docket for today. so-
Let me look and see what it looks like and make sure that,
So the 21 is for the total.
hold
Yeah.
on, wait a second, just a minute. Let's go to events. Letters. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, that's what it says.
Okay, well, anyways, I'll just keep it on. So this is the property, the 23,000. The first sales grid that you look at on here, there's two. And there's two sales grids. The first one is, okay, so yeah, there's two sales grids. The first one is, properties in this area. One of them has a building on it, that's like really useless. It's like it was a fire. So basically. And it indicates a value of 2750. But the next grid, that is, subject is pretty much like, there's like a deck thing on it, or observation deck. But it's not the primary driver of value. This property is not a wooden deck, it's a lot. So this is the value of the land, and it does not account for any improvements.
The 58. So
Yeah.
okay.
So go up one, Jackie. I remember what this is now. This is me. Go the extra mile. Okay, so this is purportedly showing you sales, right?
Yes.
The problem with just doing a regular grid with land is that it's just going to flatten out the land value. That's all it does. It just goes, just puts the dollars back. So it's not comparing anything. It'd be like, this house sold for $850 and the subject is 400, so put 400 on it. We're at 100% every time. So it just doesn't do anything because these grids are for showing when the house, it's a house.
Yeah, right.
The next one, go down. This actually does do land like by square foot.
Right.
And it weights it for it. It does good stuff. But this number doesn't include improvements. That's what it is. So the 15.8 needs the building, whatever the structure is put back. So the structure value is what? It's gonna be like 5,000 or 6,000. That's some evidence.
I know, sorry. I had it up on the other side, that's why I didn't.
Okay, you're good.
6,900.
It's that. So it's $7,000. So it was 15.5 plus basically 7, the 21,000 would round.
Yeah. Are you good with 21?
Well,
That's very much.
my
Based on the discussion we had yesterday, or somebody had yesterday.
no, yeah, we did. I don't think we had a discussion yesterday. Yeah. So I guess my concern was, and one, I want to know how you came about with the evaluation for it, and see if you ran the comps.
Yeah.
And I got that now.
Yeah.
And I agree with the 15,000 valuation. My concern is the improvements and the fact that even from last year, it went from 61 to 6,900, and that's just a covered deck, which is really probably gonna be tearing it down. If we ever did anything on there again. And I don't know why it's appreciating the valuation. Appreciating the
That's a
value.
good question. I don't know.
So
I don't know why it's. Also got a deer glass.
and I've got the photos if you want to see them. Without saying right now, but
Well, we can look at your evidence.
yeah, I mean, it's really just a tear down at this point. It's weather hasn't been painted or anything maintained at all. Then
There used to be like a utility building attached to this.
we had a temporary office there, yes.
That's what it is. That value
That needs
is
to be,
$1,000 for the piece.
do you want me to take it off, Eamon?
We put a note in there to do. But yeah, so that's what it is. So the contributory value that covered porch is 920.
And the land is
15,879.
plus 9. Okay, So the determined value will be changed to $16,790. And since this is a single member panel hearing, I will take that recommendation to the ARB and they will vote on it.
Okay.
We're good to go.
All right, sir. Do I need to leave this with you or is it okay?
Oh, if you'd leave it at the front desk,
Okay.
yeah, I'd appreciate it. Have you ever gone through an ARB hearing before?
Not here
Okay, this single member panel format is new this year.
now. Okay.
And we're trying to understand how or why, not how, but why people may be choosing that format, which was on your,
As an option.
yeah.
Okay.
I'll also give you that, if you could, that's just some questions, because we're just trying to get our arms around,
Right.
why this is.
Yeah, in Coleman County, for example, I've got several properties there, and I also chose to do a single member panel because there seemed to be a lot of confusion in years past when I go in there. We had multiple folks there, and it prolonged it, and it kind of brought up a lot of things that really didn't pertain. It was just kind of confusing, and it didn't seem to accomplish anything for us. But I'd rather just do it with one person and. It made a lot.
And that's fair. I mean, if you want to scratch some notes, that's helpful, because we're just starting to develop some information about, why people are choosing this format.
Okay, I appreciate it. It's good seeing you again.
Okay.
I knew you looked familiar. I saw you earlier.
All right.
Couldn't put a name to it.
You take care of this.
This one.
Yeah.
Actually, you can go out.
Probably easier that way.
Yeah, that's probably pretty cool.
Yeah, there you go.
Thanks a lot. I think we're not done.
No,
Oh,
go
geez.
back in there. I drink too much water.
These people are coming out of the woodwork.
Yeah, the guy came out and kind of did what I did, with the loud man, what for that?
Yeah.
They're doing other things.
Oh, that's fine then.
Yeah, exactly.
Do whatever you want.
Right.
Okay. And next, there might be 3 more. So, let's see what's happening out there.
Okay.
I see the value for.
The person is writing a few things down on her affidavit,
Yeah.
and then she's going to just hand it. And, yeah.
And we'll go through
And
at a later date. Yeah.
Oh, well, she's here now. You can read now.
I don't particularly have a problem with that, it's just that I don't know how many more people we got.
We don't.
No, you don't?
No.
Oh, if that's the case, hey, okay. Right. Okay.
I think.
What are you going for?
The Mr. Goodhart.
Ah. You're lucky you got there before I put the hand. I think somebody put some in there because I may have mentioned it,
Oh, really?
or I like them. Seriously.
So what is it that I'm not doing?
Yeah.
So we've done 4, just 4?
Yeah. We've done 3, 4, and then a reschedule. Yeah.
So we're gonna have 3, straight by application.
Okay. Is she gonna be present with it or?
No, then she's filling it out right now, she's gonna leave.
That's fine. Good, so now I can get some water and smoke. Tea.
Okay.
No, we don't need them. I know. So bad. Hey, you know that there's water. Well, you sure? Because I put it in the fridge.
Really?
Yeah, have
Okay.
you tried it?
Not.
They come from the same thing,
Oh, does it?
just so you know, yeah. But I tend to put it in the fridge at night, that way it will get cool,
And I see that.
and I'll take it out in the day, and I put coffee in there this morning. I guess what I told you, I forgot it was a single panel, so I did a whole lot of coffee in there.
I see it's an Aggie thermos too.
Somebody drank like, iced coffee half in the morning. But. So we're gonna, this is the one that we're gonna, that lady that was just in here. Which one is it? Starts with an F, right? Her name was Fee,
Yes.
and so it's. Well, sure, well, how to present it?
Well,
I don't know where they all are, like, they're not all together.
yeah, I don't know. 1904, 19 was what we heard. In 1903,
I only see one,
I see 2 posters. I
where?
think, well, the one, okay, I'm on page.
I have one on page 12, yeah,
Okay, and then right up, yeah, and then there's 2 on page 11 at the bottom. Which still says Holster Ventures, I don't know.
oh, I have it in my hand, that's why I don't see it, never mind. Never mind, it was in my hand, okay, I got it. I'm gonna check my email real quick.
But most of the time. For occasion.
Is that the few times? Look at this place next door. Look at the place next door. It's not- so there's that. I mean, but there's also the problem. So. You know, I have.
You drive online on the website.
Nobody got to achieve wording is not. She felt.
But it's actually all under. We didn't have
Weird, I don't do. This was gonna go well. He didn't say it. So I said, hey, this man order versus Ray. And, he didn't say anything. I said, yeah, this is Ray. He said, oh, yeah, this is, you know. I said, okay, go. Then I just kind of stopped there. And like he was ending on the conversation. That's what I'm saying. Because he was wanting me to drive the show. And I didn't say this, but I was in my head, I was. I didn't call you. Like, why are you calling me? You want me to be you're like sweating out the That's why I asked him, what did you know that we don't know? Tell me. The middle is. Why did you never bring yeah, it's like protests. So, like, but then even yes. They no show. That's the way you're pretty quick. They didn't even like
from the form, dig from the form.
there was somebody yeah. The ones that have that made it. It's the one I had down on the leads. Probably. Yeah. Institutional. Yeah.
And ear infection is too big, like that's the worst. Too. My mom always said. Your brain. No, it's not like, you know, the chamber.
I don't have any stuff.
Yeah. Are they ready? No, there's.
I envision myself so.
I know.
Explain. The moment of weakness, I don't know what to say.
Are we ready?
I am.
Do you have this stuff?
I don't,
No, okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think Val was printing some stuff.
I'm gonna go email this.
Okay.
And.
11.
Oh. They're like $200 a year. $200 for rent. All of it. All of it. Like, they.
Okay, everyone's to be.
Think we're ready to go, right?
Now let me see if I find I'll grab it. Email it here. Here, you know what? Just put it right here. And Scott, would you want to sign in for all three at once? You can sign three papers.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll announce them as
Yeah.
one and then we'll, yeah.
I gotta go in here.
Aye.
Blah, 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 blah. 1902, 1881.
Which one are you doing first? 1881? The 1902 and 1903, we going in order?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay.
1881, then 1902, and then 1903.
Okay.
The count numbers?
Oh, I have them. I'm good.
Okay.
I just need to know which one they do first.
Yeah.
1881 is on page 11 in the middle.
Exactly what happened with stuff, but thank you for your extra help.
Yeah, and if
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring you in the protest forms, 'cause I know you read it into the record, and what she has written in there is what,
Oh, that's
was
right.
read.
Oh, okay, well, hang on, we have.
I mean, yeah, I just, so you wouldn't have to toggle back and forth. I'll just grab the written copy.
All right. For another read.
Okay, so we're opening three hearings. Which I will announce individually. This hearing is being recorded and streamed live on YouTube.
That's the place in the little square in the here.
And we'll verify specifically what's in the protest when we get into each hearing. I represent the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. The ARB does not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, it is assumed that all written material and evidence has been provided with the affidavit, which I assume is the case here. The ARB member who is considering the protest has not communicated with anyone about the protest and is signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F as it relates to case ID 2022-1881, 2022-1902, and 2022-1903. And on, so it's up to you when you get a moment.
I am Berkeley Solomon Fair, and affirm that testimony shall present the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct for accounts 17998, 66671, and 66672.
And Mr. Chairman, for the record, Maria Fee is the owner of Fulshers Ventures LLC. And
Okay,
she's the one that signed the affidavit.
all right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so we're opening a hearing on case ID 2022-1881, account number 17998. And I will ask the district representative to read the affidavit into the record.
Okay, so this is account 17998, owner is Fulshire Ventures LLC. Property description is 1131 South Austin Street. Reasons for protest: select your incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared to any properties. Evidence, private blank. Section 5 says statement of facts or arguments, see protest form. Section 4 on the protest form says non-buildable lot. Lot is a utility increased as much as full lot size, yet is less than half lot in size percentage. The hearing type selected if they do not intend to appear hearing in person by telephone conference call or by video conference, just activate it. And the evidence or argument submitted with it may be used at the hearing if I do not appear in person at the hearing. Section 7, signed and notarized here in Aransas County today. All right, and I think that's it. That concludes everything we presented. So there, as far as I understand, the thing is, it's a small utility easement lot, and the objection is it kind of tracking along with the rest of everything around it, as if it was just a regular, nothing is being done to differentiate it. All right, let's take a look at our evidence. This is 17994. Last year.
H. You're not an idiot.
Well, it's the, so this is the 37,130 last year, it was 4660 this year. It is just land. The land value changed. The look at the picture real quick. It's what's that? No, it's in the evidence, just the picture thing. It is just a tiny little lot. This thing does look pretty useless. All right, sales grade is other pieces of land in South Rockport on that area. This is on South Austin Street. The comps are on South Live Oak, South Magnolia, and South Austin. They're twice the size of this. They're 5,000 square foot lots, but they're selling for $14.40, $13, $19.62, and $17.54 a foot. That's where our land value generally comes from. There is no adjustment on this thing. It is just it's just on the same land table as anything else. So the equity grid is perfect. It's just going to be exactly what it is. And holy cow, it's 300 pages because it's not in the region.
Oh, no.
Well, our system pulls this based on what geographic region it's in, and if it doesn't have a region, it prints out a sales ratio report.
Good, I have some of the region.
Yeah.
This is thrilling. All right, Jackie, can we look at, or just pull, you can pull it up in facts. I'm curious if they own anything touching this, or if they just own this.
Well, let me look on here. Because
So as it is,
17.
it's not the other two lots.
Oh,
No,
okay.
it's not. So you look up 17999 and see who's it. Okay, and 18004. Okay, and just for giggles, 59395.
They own that.
Okay, well,
It's not a useless lot.
I mean, they do own this. But that is a very small lot. They're saying it's a utility easement. No, maybe it is, I have no idea. It looks like there's some driving going on here on a regular basis for something. Could you back out a little bit, Jackie? Actually, there's no. I don't. Okay. Yeah,
Well, this is a mobile home in the back of it, isn't it?
no, I think it's just a rectangular building. No, this used to be a little motel. I don't know if this really is a utility easement. I don't know.
There is a power pole.
Here.
The power lines right here.
No, in back of the. Between there. At least on the thing I can see. Yeah, there you go. And I don't know if they need any easement to get to that pole, or whether that's just, it looks like I can't see any wires going to it or from it, maybe
Yeah.
it's just an old pole.
Jackie, what value do we have on 17999? I think 17.
24.3.
Does it have an adjustment in there?
So I was talking about the land table.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. Let's see what this one's on.
What?
1675. What was the other one on? $12.
So confused.
What are they different sizes?
It's exactly the same, like the one next to it.
That one's smaller. It looks like. I mean, in here. How many square feet is this one? Okay, what's that?
But it should be more per foot if it's smaller. If there's any change from it being smaller, it should be more.
2025. And this one is what? 2750, and this is 2025. This is 2750, so
It's 750 square feet bigger,
bigger, yeah.
but it's, the other one's, 12 a foot. That's very weird. I don't know why that's happening.
Well, and then I don't know either, because the land table break is
It should go the other direction.
9,000 is 12.
What's the price per foot on like these two? Or even this one? Actually, you know what? What is this one? What is 59395? If they own it, right? So. And then.
They're on an Austin land table, it's $12.
And then the other thing is
$12.
the one you really see. The second one, you need the one that's highlighted. It bumps the highlighter for you.
Oh.
It's very helpful.
$20.
Okay, so that's water. This thing should be $12. That's $12 a foot. That's $12 a foot. For some reason, that's $16.75.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
Do you want me to?
I don't know how you could fix it permanently, put a note in there, but. Cause it's not, I don't know what's going on with it, but what does that make it? $33,000?
Mhm.
Is that?
Yeah, because you said 17,999 was down.
20 something.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that actually tracks. It's 750 square feet bigger.
Okay.
So that's proportionate. It doesn't quite look like it, but
What is it, 30,000?
33.
33 on those.
Okay, so the determined value that will be taken forward as a recommendation is changed from 46,060 down to 33,000.
All right, I can just go into the next one, right? We need to.
Yeah, I need to announce it. Okay. So we are opening a hearing on case ID 2022-1903, account number 66671. It is 1113 North Magnolia Street. You can read the.
Oh, okay, sorry. Right, yeah, 66671, the
7-2.
we do two first? Okay.
No,
Well, I thought we were going in order, but no, that's fine.
Well.
I'm taking my case order, sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're on the right.
We are in case order. I'm sorry, that was my mistake.
It's okay, I just wanted to be sure, we're on.
The second one I've done today, the first one was when I thought I'd made a mistake, but I really hadn't. Okay, we're gonna do, let me open case ID 2022-1902.
Okay.
Account number 66672. Which is 1117 North Magnolia.
Okay, all right. All right, it's 66672. The owner is Fulshire Ventures LLC. Property description is 1117 North Magnolia. Reasons for protest are blank, actually. The protest form. It's selected incorrect appraised market value and or values on equal comparative properties. The evidence section is blank. Section 5 says the protest form. In 2 years' time, this property is appraised almost double. No changes or improvement to the property. 2020 was 35,600. 2021 it was 53,390. 2022 it's $64,070. Tax appraisal at this rate will tax me out for Rockford. It's only land. Hearing type selected, I do not intend to appear at the hearing in person, by telephone conference call, or by video conference. This affidavit and the evidence and or arguments submitted with it may be used at the hearing if I do not appear in person. It's signed and notarized in Aransas County by Maria B. So this is 66672. The property was just purchased. Just now. March 1st for 153,000. And a year ago, or no, not a year ago, last year, something like that, it was purchased by someone else for 149. And then they just unloaded it for 153. Didn't really make money off of it, but changed hands twice for that. This did sell with another parcel, the other one next to it. These two, that they think they were the same deal. So it's 153 for the two.
Okay, so let me understand, does the other case, is that the other part of the process? Okay.
Yes, yeah, these are the two things under, we have hearings for the, right, so we'll go down a little bit to the sales grid. This is just land on this Magnolia table. This is the scale of the stuff. It says 113 North Magnolia, but that's the other lot. But this is the 153 purchase, and it should have that because they're both the same size. So they just bought it for an indicated value of 76,000. That's just one sale. The comp number 2 is 702 North Magnolia, so a little ways down. There is an 8,000 square foot lot. And if you look at the dollars per square foot to make it easy, we noticed them at nothing. They bought for 1075, someone else got one for 818. Let's keep going. And someone else got one for 625 on Sabinal. And then on North Live Oak, someone got one for 1022. So the median is $9.05. So that's where we're at, is $9. Indicated value for the subject is 64,401. That's pretty much it. We're not at their sale price, but their purchase is not the median. They're a high purchase, other than that one. What was it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It might have been super low or something. Let's see. Okay, it's 984. So another 7,000 and change lot was bought for 73.8 on Victoria Avenue. And then the equity grid, it's on the land table. They're all the same. Dollars per square foot. The thing is no adjustments to the change year over year is just random. I don't have anything to do with that. It's worth whatever people are paying for it.
I can't see any to say it's changing.
Yeah, I don't know.
And in light of the fact that they bought both parcels for 153, right?
Right, I'm not seeing anything saying there's something wrong with it.
You said it transacted last year as well?
Yeah, it sold in November of 21. It's on the property card, you can see it. Sold in November 12th of 21 for 149. And then they just sold it 4 months later for $4,000, basically what they paid for it.
Yeah.
You know, it cost them some money, transaction fees, we probably need their attention, but.
Yeah, I can't, even if I use the prior sale as a guide, it's, yeah, okay. So the determination on this account will be to remain at $64,070. Taking notes. Next one should go quick then. This hearing, and we are opening the hearing on. Get my stuff together here. Okay, case ID 2022-1903, account number 66671, which is 1113 North Magnolia.
Okay, yep, 6671. Owner listed as Fulshire Ventures LLC, property description 1113 North Magnolia Street, reasons for protest like their incorrect trade market value and or value of the properties. Evidence is blank. Section 5 says see protest form. Section 4 additional facts. In 2 years' time, this property is appraised at almost double the value with no improvements to the property. 2020, $35,600, 2021, $53,390. 2022, $64,070. It's only land. The hearing type selected is I do not intend to appear at hearing in person by telephone conference call or by video conference. This affidavit and the evidence and or arguments submitted in the use of the hearing. So I do not appear in person. Section 7 is signed and notarized by Aransas County by Maria. And our evidence is same property ID, cover sheet for evidence wrong. The property was noticed at 64,070. This is the wrong cover sheet. And, it's just
Yeah.
yeah, and then there's the wrong picture. I don't know how that happened. And then keep going. Just look at the sales grid, see if everything's the same. Yeah, I think it's gonna be the same. And then anything else, equity grid or anything.
Okay, can we look at the picto?
Yeah.
Is there any value to find those? Is there a check mark for the
That's a good question.
effective, whatever that check box is?
Yeah. Go to the, well, just go to the thing and see if it does. Go to that.
Check.
Oh, I got you.
And then. That and that, yeah. 14, yeah, it would. It does. So. What does that make it? Go ahead and put it in there.
I don't know how much it is.
It's 14.
So you're gonna go here. And here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Right here. Here. Wait, weird. Open up the thing.
Oh, I know.
Cause what? Wait. Oh, I see. Well, that's okay, if you hit,
Now, let's do.
no, I don't think that's why it's doing it. Go to the market value. What the? Go
Where's
to
the,
um. Uh, yikes. I don't know, that's very weird. Try recalculating it again. That's really weird. Okay, what are the, just go to the chart. I'll just do it manually. What's the, go back in here and then pull up the schedule of the ranges. Okay, let's see. That would make it 50,000. For some reason, when we put the effective size in there, the our software made it 0.
Okay. All right.
what do I do? Take it out?
Yeah, it's definitely. Speak that out. We're not gonna be able to
Follow
certify-
it up.
we're not gonna be able to certify it.
Okay. And that was, you calculated based on setting the effective value, or what do you call it, effective
Effective size.
effective size. Okay. Right. Now I need to go back to that prior. Okay, so let's close this one out. So the determined value for case ID 2022-1903, case number 66671.
Wait. Oh, sorry.
Okay?
Yep.
All right. Will be changed from 64,070 down to 50,000. That closes this case.
And then,
Can I go back to the other one?
I don't know.
I think that that was the last thing we had on all today,
Yes,
right? Nothing else.
But he wants to go back to the one he already
When are you
ruled on.
presenting this stuff to the board?
tomorrow. That was the plan.
But can't you just tell the board?
I
The
can.
board can- I don't know the rules of these things. Can the board have a different opinion than you?
Yeah, I believe so.
No.
So what can you do?
The only thing they can do
Oh, was it
tomorrow
Approve or
is,
disapprove?
right, approve or not approve the recommendation that I bring forward.
Oh, okay.
So I guess maybe ask
Wait,
if,
so if they don't approve it?
then they have to schedule another hearing
Right.
Oh,
for the
okay.
whole board.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I'll leave that up to you, whatever you need.
Is there some issue with me, some problem with me opening that?
I don't know if you can open one back up in a regular, right, in an ARB.
I don't, to me, it's all,
I don't,
same, it's not up to me. I have no idea.
yeah, I don't know either.
I don't think, and what did you record for that previous, did you record a new value for that?
No, it was no change. It was denied. For this one, I recorded 50,
Yeah.
but for the previous one, you said no
Did you-
change.
Okay, but you can't go in and change that.
I don't know. I don't know if I can or not. I guess that's a question we need to ask.
Yeah.
I mean, because it actually, you ruled on it, but not everybody, so it's not final,
Yeah.
you know?
It's a stranger things that happen.
I know. I mean, I don't care if you want to do it.
Yeah, I
To
mean,
make sure it's right, you know?
well, there is, whenever he said, well, this next one will be the same as the other one, I'm thinking, it probably is, but I'm thinking, there's been times where somebody presents multiple things by affidavit. We present it and there's nothing.
Yeah.
And we're like, what do you want from me? And then you go to the second one and there's nothing in it. You go to the third one.
It's loaded.
Great information.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh,
Yeah.
And we haven't closed this one yet.
Well, they're technically closed when I get done.
When you're done. But like right this minute.
This minute, it's, well. You said the value at 50,000.
Right.
Could approved. I mean.
Okay, here's the problem. These two of these affidavits were for adjacent properties. And when we did the affidavit on one of them, the calculation came out to say no change.
Yeah, that's one right here.
Yeah. And then when we did the second one of the things I asked was, is the effective value, the effective size flag set or not? Because they're owned by the same person. And setting the effective size flag would have changed the value from, from its set value, 64,000 down to 50. Okay, so I can do that on this one. Now the question is going back to the other one. Can I do that? Is there a problem?
well, the only thing left would be for the board tomorrow or whenever
To deny it.
to deny it, and then they have another hearing.
Yes.
Now, another option, which is kind of flaky, is to, and that's why I was asking whether this one, the second one we did, whether it was considered done. I don't think it is considered done yet, although I did say.
We haven't opened another one because there's no other one, but.
Right.
You set a value, so.
I could reduce the value by, another 14. So across the two accounts. And you're gonna have to deal with this anyway in the system because you've got some issues with the system and the effective value or the effective size thing.
I mean, they're held in the same ownership, but they are two independent lots. But yeah, whatever. Procedurally, you've ruled on the first one.
Right.
So it's there.
Right.
You can rule on the second one. It'll be
And it
there.
can be whatever I want to rule technically, right?
Well, it's your rules.
Yeah. So that's 1470. 50,000. You're gonna want to know what the hell is that?
Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks.
And I think you should probably, without divulging anything, you should probably say.
Yeah, I can make a. Because you're talking about when I talk tomorrow. Yeah, I can explain why they're different. Yep. Okay, so the value on this one, which is case ID 2022-1903, account number 66671, will be 35,930. And then these stairs. Yeah. 34, 35. Makes sense, yeah. I think we're done. So I am,
Real quick, just to make sure.
yeah, sure.
I can ask real quick before I turn that off. I guess we end the meeting.
Okay,
Might as well.
so we are now adjourning the ARB session for Tuesday,